Hey everybody, it's Cinnamon Cooney, your Art Sherpa, and today's a very exciting day because we're going to do something unusual. We're going to paint little kids playing in the snow, and I did a little tiny bit of face to get involved. So this is going to be a really fun thing if you're working on maybe starting to include people into your paintings. And this one I do have a traceable for. It is on the website. You can use that and transfer that onto your canvas. I'm doing square today, so you can size up or size down as you need, and I have a bunch of tips on that. And we're going to really go in through this a more traditional method, and the reason for that is that where you see me be experimental is where I have, decades of experience, and I can just change it up. But where I'm certainly qualified to show you, but I'm not like, let's break the rules yet, kind of a thing. Then I kind of tend to go back to more tried and true methods because that just works. And that works for students and stuff. But as we do this more, who knows, we might develop some new processes and new techniques. And that's how that sort of works. Now, today's lesson, on the mic, you're going to hear my husband, John.
Hello.
Is a voice. You will not see John. You will just hear John. But John will be busy in the background. Busy.
Doing
making
things.
sure that the stream, when it breaks, that we catch it again. It might happen during the show. The stream might break. Don't go anywhere. We usually get it back.
Yes. Don't go. It will come
If
back.
the camera needs to focus, if a question needs to be going on, he makes sure that all of that is taken care of. That's why he's there. This is a live stream right now, but it will be available on replay. If you have a question during the live, go ahead and put that question all in caps. Either the art guides, which are the moderators, but they're not really here to be art cops. They're more like saying hi. They're our welcome wagon, but they'll help you find stuff. And if you need anything, they may actually know the answer to your question. And you will find that people talk to you here. And this is a good place to reach out and say hi. And the only reason people don't say hi back is they missed it. If you hit it again, they'll say it. We're a really cool group. So if you're like, I might ask a question or try something, there are no dumb questions here. Ask what you need to ask. And I think we should go over the materials and hop on into this because it's going to be a big day. It's going to be a big day. I put out a 12 by 12 surface. You could use an 8 by 8. You could use a 10 by 10. You could do a 20 by 20. The nice thing about a square canvas is you can make it very big and you can make it very small. The techniques and the positioning of the objects on the canvas don't change. And that's why I love squares. They're becoming more and more popular now. But that's why I love them.
I love squares. They're the most popular of the shapes. They take in first position over
it works
triangles
on
and
Instagram.
circles.
There's so many reasons I started squares in 2019 when I decided to square canvases for Acrylic April. It was to help you on Instagram and make your posts look better, and just so many reasons. 12 by 12. I have my colors organized into ultramarine blue, phthalo blue, cad red, quinacridone magenta, cad yellow medium, yellow ochre. This white paint down here is zinc white. It is this product here. It is a transparent white, fantastic for snow and skin tones and all those things. Titanium white. It's very opaque and different than zinc white. You don't have to have both, but it does make life easier. This is satin glazing liquid, and it is going to slow down the drying time of my paint so I can get any of this in any kind of functional way. You will also see me mist my canvas. It is just water. There's no anything. This is a water bucket, and I'm going to have this in my store very, very soon. It's going to be available. Simply Sims is going to be available. And save the date for Christmas Day. My mom and I are planning something. We just don't know what yet. But if you are alone and you would like to not be, and you would like to come hang out with your art friends, she and I are thinking that that's a gift we'd like to give to our communities this year, and we're just figuring out how to actualize that. So I know a lot. I know a lot of families have changed structure, and so much has happened with COVID, and we just don't want people to feel alone during the holidays. Okay.
You are ready for
Did I
that?
do all the colors? Yes.
I think you did all the colors.
I did all the colors. Look at me go. I'm so good.
Of the
Great hair today. I actually got my lashes on. I glued them on while my mom was watching me. Let me tell you a weird experience in your adult life, right?
What's that?
Because we all, if you have a mother and you are a mother, you kind of know this energy, right? So I'm in there, I'm talking to mom, putting on my lashes, and it's going bad because it always goes bad. These aren't real. Goes bad. It always goes bad. And then Mom's sitting there and she's giving me like lash advice for my consistency, which is actually pretty good. I'm like in the mirror and my mom's on the camera and I'm like, So I'm just a little happy today. Sorry, you have to excuse me. It's just been a fun morning for
I
me.
love to say, if it's not one thing, it's your mother.
If it is not one thing, it is my mother. I have some ultramarine blue here, and my tube is a little messed up, so I am going to crank it out. You want to give us a step one, sir?
Sure.
I'm going to break this video down into steps. My team helps me timestamp that. I want you to know that that is mods and volunteers. And I come back and add that in so you can find your spot again, especially on big classes. You guys ready? We're going to paint the whole canvas blue. Now, this is interesting. I actually probably will put it to the side over here because this time I want to control how dark the blue is. Not something I've done before with you guys. And you might be like, that's weird. Why? I'm going to get my brush a little bit wet. And I'm just checking on my canvas how wet it is. And I'm going to kind of get, not so thin it won't bind, but a fine coating of my ultramarine blue. I should be able to see my canvas through the blue. The reason is I'm going to use this ground and a grisaille method to handle tiny faces. Tiny, tiny, teeny tiny faces. I have a screen to chat with people. Hi, Tia White. I just found out your mom is Ginger. Yeah, we're the Spice Girls. Before the Spice Girls were the Spice Girls. Real names do. What's that tool Cinnamon is using on the paint tube, says Shelby Shepherd. Oh my goodness, guys, this is my love. This is the Big Squeeze. It is metal. It comes in colors. I do have them for sale in my art store. You might be able to get them from Beauty Supply because like hairdressers have known this forever. I think we have a pretty good price on it. So, you know, cross shop. You're consumers. You know how to do the deal. And you basically stick any tube, toothpaste tube, any tube. It doesn't mess up like plastic tubes either. And it pushes all the stuff. You just go. The reason I like this one is it doesn't break on heavy tubes. It works with the metal tubes really great, and it doesn't make them all crooked. So I can get a straight squeeze. And the guy who made this, his dad made the original one that I was like crazy about from forever ago, the industrial one for industrial tubes. I'm going to dry, and then I will show you what we do next. Just, my friends, that's all you need. Doesn't even need to be directional.
Okay. So yeah, gotta make sure you thoroughly dry between those steps. That'll make sure that when you go on to do the next layer, that a couple things happen. One, you want to make sure that this surface isn't unusually tacky, meaning that as it goes through that drying transition phase, it tends to get sticky. And that can cause the paint to not come off in a predictable way. So oftentimes when you're going through these, it's suggested that you go ahead and give it a full dry between those layers so that not only does it not mix, but that it comes off the brush in a predictable way.
Exactly. Now I'm going to take a tool called a T-square. It is just a ruler that helps me draw straight lines because I'm straight line challenged. Always have been, probably always will be. I'm going to make a mark halfway through the canvas, and then I'm going to create a diagonal line. This is a type of gridding. It is a good first foundational exercise when you're trying to figure out how to lay things out, because it allows us to have a common language about what I'm doing, where I'm doing it in the canvas. So by dividing the canvas into quarters, I have an upper left, upper right, lower right, and that does help me guide you guys through the process of freehanding this in, because I do show how to draw and paint these guys, and then I also provide the traceable. Divided into fours. So halfway, halfway. Doesn't matter the size of your square, just divide it in half so you've got 4 quarters. Now I'm going to come in, I'm going to put on my glasses so I can see what I'm doing. And using my guide, I am going to lay in my figures. Now, listen, I'm not a Xerox machine. I don't do things the same way twice. And I got to tell you, it's a lot different painting quietly by yourself and explaining what you're doing. Even more than that, you are learning how to paint and you're following along. None of us should have paintings that are photocopies of each other. I'm not even a photocopy of myself. So let's just throw that expectation out the window and know this. What you're going to do from this is you're going to learn about how people are paint. You're going to learn the techniques. You're going to succeed really well at a few of them. You'll have some areas where you're challenged. If you hang in and you do each step at the end, you're going to have better kids in snow than you have painted before on your own unguided. As you keep doing it, you get better and better and better. And pretty soon you're like, I can't even believe how much I've grown as an artist. I didn't even know that was possible. It's possible. It just takes time and commitment. I'm loading more of the ultramarine blue onto my brush over here. And okay. All right. So I'm going to come in and scale in this upper left corner a sort of how much space and where do I feel the figure is coming in. So if I'm to look at my grid, I'm going to say my figure is coming in center. I'm going to make a little line. This first one is going to be a gesture sketch. The other reason I like using blue is that it's very easy to come in, darken, add color, and then also erase. It's interesting how that works on a monocolor. I'm going to go ahead and bring a little bit up here. I'm just trying to capture the gesture. So this type of sketching is where you're finding space, right? So that's what I'm trying to do is get my angles, find space, and kind of create what, gets created again and again and again and again. But the trick is just breathing, not getting stressed with yourself. If you're using the traceable, you're going to want to transfer the lines onto here. I'm going to bring I'm going to say sister. They could just be best friends, though. I'm going to bring some positioning in on where I feel like the top of the hat is touching here, and I feel like the legs are coming in here. Right about there. So I'm using the grid, right, to plan in where everything is going to go. How far out from the center is it? How much of this line it takes up? That's why I don't have to worry about measurements. I worry about the slice, the total amount, the percentage of it. So I'm this far over on my line. It doesn't matter if your line is 20 and mine is 2, we still only go this far away of the total line. So that's a way that it helps me. And one of the things I love about right here is there's this really tremendous kind of little gesture, which I've got to sketch in. Yeah, I can't focus anywhere else right now. I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm gonna be here for a minute. I'm just starting to sketch in the placement of the figures. That is hard work, my friends. This painting actually itself, the painting of it is not the hard work. It's simplistic everywhere else, so we could focus on this work. And we can do this. All right, so I'm going to come down into my lower right. I'm going to kind of try to think about where the feet end. Now, she's got this fabulous kind of knee positioning. And there's a bit of a back on the back leg, which I very much like. Again, if this kind of work feels overwhelming and confusing, you just go with a traceable and then you're going to paint in the figures with me after the initial contour sketch where we get the values and we create the grisaille. You don't have to do this work. This is just work that's training your brain. That's all I'm doing right now, is I'm just trying to train my brain. So if this is the halfway point, I'm going to say that the foot here is a little bit above the halfway point. And then the next little foot is a little kind of up that, and there's a little curve on it, and I love it. All right, so I've got this sort of weird series of little lines that let me know where my feet are, where the tops of my heads are, and the general motion of my body. Tia, thank you so much. Stitzel Swick says, what's grisaille? Which is a really good question. And I'm going to give you a really good answer and tell you some YouTube gossip. All right, so grisaille is a technique of painting where you use a single color, generally a brown, and you sketch out the entire painting and its values. So all of the tonality of it, all the little detailing, all done in a light to dark single color, a grisaille. And then you glaze over that with colored paint. And the value that's underneath there helps you anchor it, and it helps you draw. All the Renaissance painting, the reason they could do the figures the way they did is they did grisaille first and then added color because they worked out how the lights and darks and then added hue. Now the YouTube gossip, oh, so brilliant.
Also, let me know if you're ready for a step. So here in a second, we're gonna ready for another step, I think.
We're still sketching in.
Still sketching in? Okay.
Oh, well, we could break it up because it's going to be a long step.
That's okay. I don't mind. I just want to make sure you had a chance to sip this drink.
Yeah.
Because you need this before you can have more coffee.
I do. Leave it with me.
I am. I'm going to leave this here on the edge. Oh, what I'm talking about is I'm just making sure that cinnamon, much like all of you guys, need to make sure you take care of yourself because oftentimes you'll get into a craft or a project and you'll stop thinking about self-care. So I just brought cinnamon a little kefir so that before she has another cup of coffee, she's got to put something on her stomach. I'm sure she's not the only one who should do that. So if you should put something on your stomach, you should think about that now before you have your next cup of coffee. I'm going to go make more coffee.
That. That's a good true point. I'm going to kind of lighten this up. So I'm going to try to figure out where my forehead is placed in relationship here. And then there's this fabulous sort of angling to the head. That's such a perfect little boy head. I love that. And then I'm going to start adding in my jacket. Now understand, I will have to change my mind about elements of my sketch. That's just natural. That's natural for me. That's natural for you. Too watery. And when I want to erase, this is all I do. I just come in with water and go, nope, that isn't my thought. Do you see how forgiving this method is? I'm not worried about the binding. I'm at this stage, I'm just trying to get my figures in as I can see them. I very lightly kind of try to get just the shape of the head. I'm not trying to catch the features yet. I'm just trying to get scale to what I have going on. Bring a sloping up for the shoulder, and I still have my gesture. The reason I put in gesture lines is that it's very easy to get stiff. I have a tendency to get stiff in my work, so I like to get that in so I can work out preventing stiffness when I'm not in the middle of trying to architect everything out. Okay, and I think that goes here, and we'll... Again, details are not yet. I'm not putting in my details yet right now. I'm just trying to figure out scale and like, how does this jacket read, right? We're just reading a jacket. I'm hoping I'm not... All right, I'm going to move a line. You might wonder, like, well, what if I'm not just freehand sketching this in as loosely as if it was, you know, breathing air? Like, why do this? Well, we all have different aptitudes for different art skills. And it's real easy to start to say things to yourself like, well, since I can't blank, I'll just blank. So since I can't draw, I'll just do abstracts. Or since I can't do cars, I'll only do animals, right? Instead of doing the uncomfortable work to do the topic that you've got to do. And just making sure that my length of leg is correct. Because if I don't get my length of leg in the position, he will not look correct. Now this shoulder comes down here. Right here at the waist has a bit of a bend and then comes down here and the hand will be there. And if we get everything proportionally, that should work even in the bulky coat. Now I've got mittens. So we're going to bring a little mitten line in. Right, there's a little mitten. Oh, this is going to be a complex little line here. The bit between their hands, to me, is pretty complex. But you know, what we don't do, we don't panic. We don't get up. We don't play the greatest hits of all the things that we say to ourselves when we're telling ourselves we're not good enough. We don't bring out that old soundtrack. Okay, now this is a mitten, but I'm still gonna try to make sure I've got a nice little sort of thumb in, and just good positioning of the hand, right? Because I still want it to feel like there's a, hand in here. So sometimes we just capture the scale of it. Now I'm gonna bring this here. And this is possible for me to do because I have been relationally sketching. So this figure and this figure, I use them and my quarter areas to not completely throw all my proportions out. Right? I'm going to start maybe thinking about the hoodie goes here. The reason I'm doing the hoodie before her face is I've got to, I don't want some crazy big hoodie. It's better for me to size everything in. But now at this point, you're starting to see the kids come out of the background, is what I feel like is going on. Moderator Rainbow, John does such a fabulous job of taking care of his bride. It is a true story. Colin Thompson says, comparing, measuring, and angle sighting helps me when drawing out the image. Hi, Colin. How are you doing? Yeah, that's for me. I can do other figure drawing methods, but it's just, there is a thing inside my brain where objects and complex lines become blurry and difficult for me to discern out. Letters, math, all that stuff. Yes. Oh, you gave me Honey's cup, don't tell. Well, the doggy cup is the cup for sadness, so that's why the doggy cup. So if you're having a hard morning, get the doggy cup.
Is that okay?
Needs a little more cream. But you're amazing. I had this cup. I got at Kohl's that has a little puppy inside, and then as you drink the coffee down, the puppy shows. And I had originally got it for myself, but Honey really wanted to use it, so I decided it was the cup that if you just need to see a little puppy at the bottom of your coffee, it could be your cup that day. Coming in and joining that in. Little sketching. So a lot of time, and I will change my mind because I will get it wrong. I'm going to come up the hoodie a bit. I'm going to say right here and through this sort of arcing angle. If you ever sit and look at Leonardo's sketches where he shows the relationship of symmetry and the way we have radial symmetry and how elbows, unless there's a variance in our arm length, are going to be pretty much in one position on in our waist and hips. So even when you're doing this, you can sight that in and it will help your brain know what you're talking about because it knows it by heart. The reason people, I think, are the hardest for new artists and just artists in general is because we know more about our mother's faces, about just so much stuff, right? Than any other subject. So it's really easy for us to see all our mistakes, and it's very difficult for us to see our wins. Bring that back there, a little bulky jacket moment. Now, right almost center here is a mitten. It is above the line. It's the same size as this mitten. Now, see, this is a very interesting and super bulky coat, which I love because my kids have weird sized coats as well. And I like how that is just super fun. This is where the legs are bent and the coat is kind of helping me see that. I don't want to lose it. And again, this is a looser sketch. We will continue to resolve, tighten, and fix the relationships of objects. There's a little knee. There we go. Again, we're just thinking about. And what's wonderful here too is the pants are fabulously bulky. I'm going to kind of make sure that the weights are not distributed equally here on the figure. So I want some of the figure to hold more tension and weight. Weight is where it seems that gravity is impacting the figure, and you really get a sense of the way the lines and object are connecting to the earth. Kind of a silly sentence, but yet true. Okay, I don't need to be very specific about the boots. I'm going to tell you right now, and the reason is because I got to put a lot of snow over them. So what I'm not going to do is paint the best boots of my life and then paint over them with snow. That's not happening. All right, we're going to switch over to this other figure. No, I'm going to bring sort of coat here. I got to try not to muddle myself. Now this leg is going to come down. There's going to be a little knee bend there. Mm. Yes, I must. Oh, I had coffee. I hid it under my easel. It was old coffee. Can I hand it off to you so I can put this one in? The reason I'm doing this is I will be using cadmium paint today, and I've noticed that when I splatter, it may be getting into my coffee in my workspace. I don't want to ingest cadmium. So now I'm hiding my coffee cup. If I forget where it is next time, tell me to look under my easel space. Hmm? No, I meant them. They remember everything. There we go. Now, a little more information about that shoe for sure, right? Horse will be easier Saturday, and then the koala is super easy. I'll try to throw up like maybe the easiest Santa ever. I don't know. Or another vintage card. I'm just trying to sort of think about the shaping of the foot, but I don't want to really get into it too much yet. So this is going to come in an angle, and the knee is going to be maybe more engaged here. Okay. So now we have this unusual positioning of the kids, and I think we can call that a step. And then we're going to go in and start really working out details. Yay! Now I am going to get a little of my black involved with my blue, ultramarine blue over here. And that's just so that I have, I can start doing values, how light or dark something is as I'm doing it. But I still have some sketching I have to do. Now I'm going to come here to the head. And I'm going to work my little mind off trying to get this little forehead. Did you give me a new step, babe? Yep. Yay, you're amazing. Little scoopy nose. I mean, it's little. It's really challenging sometimes to capture the face, even when it's just small amounts of the face. I may turn my canvas. And when I do, what I see is more of where I'm struggling. And I think what I'll do is I'll remove this line here. And I'm using just white and blue to do that. Because it's making it hard for me to see the line of the face. So I'll just give that a little break. And come down here. Again, small brush. This is a number 6 Raphael Sepia round. It has a really good point, and you want to use something with a great point. Inside the hoodie, really, we see mostly hair. And bringing out the little bridge of the nose. In this particular figure, we will see just lower lip or just a little chin, but we will not see a ton of the face. And that is because of the angle of the face. Oops. And I'm going to strengthen the little shading that I might have at my eyes. And now I have the face in, I realize that I want to bring the hoodie a little bit more forward. And you can see I can come back in and be like a little more specific with how my figure exists. These little lines along the jacket, they matter because they show the bulk of it. If there's anywhere that I want to, you know, show a highlight, I can do that with my white and blue. If I want to highlight the mitten, come back over. His face is dry enough now. I think I can work with it. I may turn him just to improve my success. Sometimes changing the angle. You've heard of drawing on the right side of the brain. Turn it upside down. Look at your reference upside down. It might help. Sometimes just changing an angle. Sometimes taking a picture with your phone and looking at it. Sometimes standing up and looking at it.
That all sounds like a good way of doing it.
It's a very good way.
You think you need to dry this?
Mm-mm.
No. Okay. I thought that's what you said.
No, I need to change the angle so I can draw him. Come in and just make little adjustments. I want to get it as close as I can. I'm just kind of thinking about that little highlight that's got to be there, and if you ever need to, you can come back with the background. Okay, and then he's got like some just fabulous little hair. I'll turn this back, see how close we are. And I think when we have the hair in, we'll be able to see pretty well. So I'll be a little darker on the hair. I'm going to just paint some background again so that he is... Isn't it weird how we erase and change our minds when we paint? You may wonder why we're doing this today. This is sort of a personal painting that I have had and wanted to do, and a challenge to myself. Feel like I'm in here doing James and the Giant Peach. Got a very James and the Giant Peach feel. All right, there we go. Got a nice line there. Super happy with it. Took me a minute. Had to fight. Now I'll come along the lip, the nose, and kind of maybe talk about that lip a little because it's just going to be an easier way to find it. And then his jacket will come up a bit over the cheek. And so I'll have to work out that face as I'm going. And then John is going to turn off the camera so I can stand up and look at it and make sure everything is where I want it to be when I'm ready to do it right now.
Yeah, you can just let me know when you want to stand up. We can do that.
Yeah, so when I come in with the white and blue, that's kind of like my erasing. Let's get a little bit of white and blue.
Oh, thank you, Leanne.
And thank you.
I saw we had another one right before that. I think it's already scrolled up. It was, Tia, yeah. Thank you, Tia.
Expect this painting to take you longer because it's people and you're going to be more aware of what you need to change than you ever have before.
The peoples.
The peoples will always get you. Sometimes it can be hard to figure out where your ear needs to go, and my biggest suggestion is try to look at the eye and remember glasses need to be able to fit there. So, like, believe it or not, we recognize faces by the shadows of our eyes, our nose, our mouths, and our hair style. It's really, they did a bunch of studies on that. So, the big thing is trying to capture those even more than what's going on inside on these guys. All right, let us switch up to a brush that means business.
Did you need to stand up and look at it?
I do, if I can. Okay.
You're invisible. Don't. You're the other way. Yeah, there you go. Let me look over your shoulder.
I don't mind if I'm like a little in it. I just don't want to be.
Oh, your head was over the lens. There we go.
Hard to see it when
See here, I cut to there. There we go. Okay. So if you don't lean to your left, I can look over your left shoulder as you stand lean over the top of it. Does that make sense? So you can stand just where you're at. That's a great place. And then you can look over the top of it as much as you want.
Okay. I think we're pretty darn good. I think we're there. So I'm all right. I'll sit back down.
No worries.
No worries. Oh, falling off my chair, though. I'm going to need a coffee microwave, I'm sure.
I can totally handle that. I think we are also ready for a good step.
Yeah. Let's do another step and we're going to continue powering on. Now, I'm going to use a tool called a D-brush. I'm going to use a number 0 Textura D-brush. A D-brush is like a combo of a round blender and a filbert. If you don't have this brush, you could use a filbert or a small bright, about 1/4 of an inch. Let's find our shadows. So I'm using blue and black, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through and find the darkest values kind of first, start adding them in. What's dark? Lights and darks. I will get in the shape and the crumpling of the... Tavia says, I just wanted to say thank you because my little daughter's learned so much from your vids and she's getting better and better each time, and I'm almost jealous. She really picked it up fast. I know how you feel, Tavia. My little is I don't actually do art lessons with my kids. I do parallel play in creative spaces. That way I'm not, just telling them what to do all day, even in their creative spaces. But I really like schoolism and Proco. So if you have talented kids out there, try those two things if you're trying to get them ready for art school. And I got a kids vid coming soon again. We've done 3, and I've got another one I'm going to work on. So the kids' videos are going to keep coming, and I'm going to include painting in them. In fact, I'm giving some very serious consideration to doing another beginner course. Just based on the lessons of the last one. So I'm adding shadow to the leg. Right now, that's what we're going to do. We're going to try to find shaping. See how we're starting to see them? You can see I'm even pretty scrubby with the brush. I'm going to come off here. We know through here there's going to be some disruption, so... Oh, guess what I did? Well, John was with me last night. We watched She's the Man with my youngest Luna Bella. Just so Luna could see what it's like, 2005, that it was really hard for girls to compete in boys' sports, and, how cool it is right now that she's enjoying everything as much as she is. And so we watched She's the Man, and I gotta say, I don't know if anyone in my community is anywhere near Amanda Bynes. But please, if you know her, can you tell her I think she was one of the most talented, but just talented of her generation. And I was just amazed again, how we got this from Nickelodeon. I don't know, but I'm so grateful. And I know it's been a minute since we've all seen her and she's gone through some stuff, but I just really appreciated her work. And my kid laughed her little face off. And I loved the positive role modeling for girls about not just taking it from boys. That was sort of fun too. It was a really good. You haven't seen it? She's the Man is a fun one from 2005. Really cute. Amanda is just perfect. But if you know her, please tell her thank you. She's a good, real talented person.
Of the tropey physical comedies for young people, It was probably the more entertaining one I have seen in a long time.
You even laughed. That's true.
It was just, it was easy to watch, is what I would say. It was a very, they never presented you with absurdities that weren't appropriate for what they built in their fantasy world.
No, and it has tandem chaining, which I hear for some of the girls is a bonus. I actually like him for different reasons. I like him for the same reasons that I liked Brad Pitt when I finally liked Brad Pitt from 12 Monkeys. I like Channing Tatum because I've seen his comedic work on it. The guy's also funny, and the two of them together, I actually like better than the Adam Sandler, Drew Barrymore combo.
Sure, yeah.
So right now what I'm doing is I'm kind of capturing the cast shadow in the snow. Trying to capture its shape and think about that now. You can put the paint out. It doesn't have to be out thick. I can do watery applications. I'm just building up layers. I should do another acrylic grisaille lesson like I did with the apple. But do it again. It's been so long since I've done one. Oh, the YouTube drama for grisaille. There was a YouTuber who used to rate other YouTubers that they had to credit, potentially pay, but at least credit this YouTuber for using the technique of grisaille. It's from the 11th century. It might just be an art technique and not belong to anybody. But since they had put it on YouTube first, they decided that everybody owed them credit. And they would write people and tell them that.
And then reality set in.
No, people gave them credit.
I know, but I mean, it came a lot. Things
I'm
have changed.
sure somebody who's a little more like, that's like reaching into my wallet and stealing $600. So no.
No.
I don't know that it's that much, but you know what I'm saying? That's what TubeBuddy says my videos are worth if somebody were to get a shout out. No one's ever paid me for that amount of money, but that's what I would charge if I was going to do that. No one's offering anyways. It's not like I'm like turning down offers left and right too. So let's keep it all together. Oh, this looks really good. All right, I'm going to switch this out. I might go a little bit bigger for the back just because I don't want to be working the ebbs and ebbs and ebbs. So I'll just use a brush I use a lot, which is my number 18 Raphael Artini. It's a big, scruffy hog bristle round. I just want to put some dark values in the back. So about an inch above, maybe 2. Little space about that much above your background. You just want a little more. You're going to want a cool area of snow between the shoulders and between this space. And then we're going to come forward into brighter and brighter snow, and then we'll have the cast shadows. And this back here, you know what I might do today, Spirit? Or tomorrow after we do the kid show, I might pre-film the horse grist size, so that's a separate video we can drop. So for the people who want to do that, they can go do that. But if you want to just do traceables, you can just do traceables. Does that make sense? Oh, my mom's going to be on later today doing story time. She plans to tell the story of my French stalker, so that should be fun. But it's not a scary story. It's not a trigger. I don't think it is. But that's what it's about. But it's funny. It's humorous. Everybody was okay. Nobody was hurt. And there was a lot of fun and socially awkward moments. Is that a good way of describing it, John? Socially awkward moments, but nothing terrible. But it is something that happened, and I did have a pair of underwear stolen, and that did involve a break-in. So maybe I'm not... Do you do that? Is it serious? I don't know. Anyways, it was years ago. I don't know. I think I just sat looking at my underwear drawer for a really long time going, you took the good pair. I think that's what I was doing. I think I was looking at the drawer going, it's the French pair that was embroidered that I just bought that was way outside my budget that I was so excited I even fit in. Stole those panties. It's rude. And John was in the States, so that she's gonna tell that story. I don't know. That's what's going on. I'm so weird. Look at that. Do we not start to see that our painting and this are relational? And this work, when you do it, oh my goodness, guys, will it help? Oh yeah, it'll help a ton. I'm going to make kind of a lighter blue. Just coming in and making sure I've got nice value. You've made a giggle? Why are you giggling? Because I gave an awkward story?
No, I just like listening to your story.
Really?
Yeah, everybody else does too.
So weird. So yeah, my mom and I had gone to France. I don't know if she'll tell you this part. I will start story time so that no editing or redaction can occur while I'm painting all of this with my wine and blue. We went to France. Um, my mom had been working in the commercial art market for a long time. That's the one that Thomas Kincaid was in. Actually, we were in all the same circles. And I don't know, trends changed. Street scenes in French countryside kind of really went. Oh, no, it wasn't. We hadn't had French street scenes in countryside. We were trying to get going in the art. That's what it was. We were trying to get going in the art. We went and saw the psychic, and the psychic said, "You have to go to France right now." And he's like, "You have to go to the south of it." And he's like, "There'll be a place, and you got to paint French street scenes." And that's my mom just booked us that day. Like we went and saw the psychic and then planned a trip. That's a real thing that happened. Just saying. A lot of people see a psychic, but not a lot of people plan a trip based on what the psychic said. So off we go. We get online and we find what's called a gîte, which is a long-term French rental. This is before Airbnb. And this was going to be, this was fun. Also, the first trip was going to be right after 9/11. A fun time to fly. So off to France we go. And I mean, from renting the car to just trying to figure out how to get into, like, everything was an adventure. There was no part of that we had as much fun as we did just being bad at everything is so classic us. Like how long it took us to go grocery cart, or you have to have a coin like at Aldi, which by the way is French. So if you're an Aldi customer, you're ready for this. But if you're not an Aldi customer, you are not ready for French Aldi. So, like, it's a whole other thing, like just getting groceries up the mountain, driving up the mountain, getting into the house. So she's got all kinds of stories, like how we started a fire, the burnt cake, all the things. Today later. Gwen, the artist, says, "Oh, I love this story. I heard part of it from Ginger." What are the best brushes to paint people for detailed brushes? You're going to want a micro detail. I think sometimes miniature painting brushes are particularly useful. Any of the fine details from the Select line are very, very good. All right. I'm going to dry everything, and we're on to the next thing.
And we'll go on to the next step here. I'm going to go over and see. I thought I saw someone say that they had a question that just came up here. Let me see here. Oh, I think that's one we just got there, Lindsay. So if you missed that, you may need to rewind there. Wow.
Helen's like, "I love Ginger stories." Yeah, I love Ginger stories too.
Yeah, just over here reading the chat, catching up. If you haven't been here in chat with us, it's really something you should think about doing. It's fantastically fun to be part of.
I agree. I super agree. All right. I'm going to get a bigger D-brush. Or actually, I might just use the hog I got wet because it will do this too, and I've already gotten it wet. So 18 round hog. OMG, Sherpa, no dull moment. It sounds like, I'm just telling you, it's a weird experience when the mayor of a small, tiny, and I mean tiny, like 13 houses, maybe 20 houses, comes to tell you that his ex-brother-in-law has broken in, has written a massive love letter, and you realize that the missing underwear is stolen underwear. It's a feeling. It's a whole feeling. Strange. All right, I'm going to come in here. We're going to go blue and brown. So ultramarine blue and burnt sienna make an incredible winter blue and gray and brown. And you can rock between the two of them fairly easily. I'm going to make a dark color over here first, kind of building up that depth in that corner. You can bring it around if you want. And then I might have more like brown over here. And so over here, you can be more into the brown. So I will be more brown right side and darker over here on the left. And then we'll keep building up. This is a fairly abstracted, out of focus background. So we can centrally be about these two, these friends. And look at them go. Yeah, life with my mother was crazy. One, I don't think I understood it at the time, but my mom was real pretty. Real pretty. And so that always left for like adventures. Like once when we were out, I watched a guy wreck his car looking at my mom. And it wasn't a cheap car. It was so strange. I'm just walking, hold her hand. I'm just watching this guy look at my mom and just proceed to wreck his very expensive car. My mom always just brings it. She never met a stranger. Ever. You see her on a cruise ship, you can say hi. She will say hi back. I love that about her. I'm just kind of building up this value that we're having between these two, right? We're painting around them. And getting that background all really, really in. And that's why this method's better to work this out tonally, because it's tough to move things, once everybody's, totally in. So this is a nice way to go. I'm going to go a little more blue over here. You can see that I'll move things in closer to the figures, painting around them, just kind of trying to build it up. Building it up. Now down here, the gray the snow has a bit of gray to it, for sure. There are slight highlights that I will have to come through and get. I'm just right now capturing the blocks of value, not yet the fine details. We can get to the details later, and we will. And you can see I'm not being delicate with it. That is my burnt sienna, slightly more blue, slightly more ultramarine blue, and titanium white to get that kind of middle gray. Now this is a big brush, and it doesn't stress me out, but if the big brush stresses you out, do a different brush. A little brown in here. A little more brown in there. Just. And then kind of coming in from the side, let's add a little highlighting. See, I can be very scumbly. It's okay to be scumbly. Scumbly is like a messy, fun little brushstroke that you can be. Okay, now a lot more blue and white. See how even here contextually it starts to feel like snow? How this scene becomes more and more winter every cool air? But because there's so much sunlight here and the characters are lit, it's not a downbeat painting. Because the figures are in action and clearly in play, not a downbeat painting. Winter paintings can be a little sometimes downbeat, and that can be a little challenging. And then after this, we will dry everything. If we have questions, we'll take them. This is the blue-gray. We just want a blue-gray.
Sneezies I have.
You have the sneezies, my friend. I haven't even gotten into the zinc yet. That's when we were playing power moves.
You know, guys, one of the things I saw some questions come up here.
Okay.
Some of the questions that come up, we really don't keep track of what other retail stores carry, and probably best to check with them. But I know you can find a lot of these brushes in our stores. You know, so
I try to work with international brands and not too many niche or regionally locked in things.
Speaking of,
but I mean, even so, we have in our store.
We have in our store. You can go buy stuff from. It helps support and keep lights on our lights on. So thank you very much. Gratuitous self plug.
Look at that painting come together. It's just working itself out, isn't it? All right, let's dry everything.
Dry everything. So, some of you may have noticed that the commercial brakes are falling conveniently at the drying brakes. And that's because I can push a button which will make the commercial go there, but then it gives us a break before we get another one. So I try to do them on those drying brakes. So while you're drying, don't forget to thoroughly dry. You can pause, rewind, fast forward, come back to here, all that kind of stuff. And if you guys, I just see Tiva asking about buying paintings. Yes, we have been, just a little bit of inside information here. We've been really rebooting our lives, catching back up. We've moved so many times here in the last couple of years. Cross country, put our stuff in storage, downsized, had to reboot. It's been crazy. But in that, we do have some paintings to sell, and we will be posting them up more and more in our store because we could really use the support, especially as we start rebooting in this next year. We're going to start looking at building a new studio, finding a place of our own again. So, there'll be a lot of opportunities coming up to buy some paintings for sure, and we'll put some more up. So,
well, I'm catching up on wonderful, lovely comments. Tavia says it runs in the family, sure, because you're gorgeous and your hair color is everything about you is just beautiful. Thank you so much. Joanne says that she dyed her hair pink after seeing me do mine, and she's been watching for 6 years. I so appreciate that. And by the way, I rarely misunderstand you guys. I'll just get you. I don't know how to explain it, but I do. And so, like, don't worry. But if you're ever worried, you can write me, and chances are I'll be like, no, we're fine. Everything's fine. I did, Tavia says, like, it's my personality, and everyone says, bless John, Lindsay and Charlotte and Laura agree, and Diane says, love for the allergies. Onward, sir. Shall we?
For sure.
For sure. Well, now I'm going to get into one of my very favorite types of brushes, my round blenders. I like round blenders because they do a nice job of creating diffused effects. And sometimes diffused effects are hard to get. So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to add some glazing medium to it. This is the satin glazing liquid. And I'll come here and I'll make a little bit of my orange. And come over to my brown. I'm going to start to put in the glowing background. So I'm putting it out loosely. And I'm going to do a cool thing. You're going to love it. Put it out loosely. Now I'm going to take a dry, damp brush and brush out the paint I just put out. And that will start to diffuse it. I may go ahead and get into my glazing medium just so I can be even more diffusey. See how it's diffusing? Too much yellow, and that's okay. I'll just wipe off my brush and work in the color again deeper. And a couple weird little blurby. They're blurbs. Not burbs, blurbs. And you can see how a little glazing medium on this just diffused that right out. And I'm keeping the glazing medium in here. Now, some of why I'm keeping the glazing medium in is that I have got to alternate between the background blues and the light coming through the implied trees. Now, coming down here, I can get into my zinc very easily, keeping the glazing medium on there. And what the zinc does is it starts to create tonal differences that are subtle. Doesn't change the color, it does change the value, but not the color. And then I'll come back through with my second brush, just kind of blending that in. You can see even this brush isn't like a hard line brush, so it creates diffused backgrounds. What we're doing here is creating a sense of distance without just relying on the painterly kind of effect of snow. I'm going to get a little of my blue and brown again for dark gray color. And you can see that worked back in. I like to keep this also in glazing medium. The other reason that keeping these brushes in glazing medium is good is that I can use them both and not have to rinse them out and the paint isn't drying on them. All right, there I will come in with this and just lightly blend. So 3 Hoot classes are for beginners, right? For sure. Because you need beginner classes for people who are at this level, right? And then you need beginner classes for people who haven't picked up a brush since kindergarten. And you need a beginner class for a person who did paint but maybe hasn't for 20 years. There's so many kinds of beginners, and sometimes we treat it like it represents one stage of learning when it represents a very long spectrum of learning. Coming here with my little round brush. I can get my little glazing medium kind of involved in it, and not my glazing, my zinc. And I'm working just the corner, brushing this in. This is one of those things. I have been on YouTube so long. I think I might actually have created processes and techniques for this space. More glazing medium. It just solves so many challenges, you know, to be here on the platform. This is more of the zinc, and there's some glazing medium. And you can see that when we put this in there, it does create some of those little variances that you see, but does it in such a way as to not distract. There's a little blue. Now there's the brown in there. You can kind of see how there's almost a mother color. Is this an interesting work challenge for you as a painter, probably. I'm going to go ahead and get a little white into that. Just getting that zinc in there is super powerful. More zinc. So the glazing liquid isn't just, extends, it slows down the drying time of my paint. It really allows me so much just general forgiveness. I'm coming between the figures with the zinc, the glazing medium, and the blue-gray color. And this is a 1-inch Princeton Select oval mop, synthetic. They make a white one, don't want that one. They make a black one, you don't want that one. You want the one that's brown with the dark tips. That's the synthetic one. They all have the same name, they all have the same handle color, and they all have the same shape. Black one, no. White one, no. Brown with dark tips. All right, I think we're about ready to call this a step and go ahead and give it a dry. I'm going to rinse out these brushes. I think we're cooking along, actually.
We really, really are.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if this will be one of those weird 8-hour days, but I didn't want to tell John ahead of time.
So, Anne, do we have shipping to Canada from our store yet? No. No, we got plenty of time. So we've got, and she was just telling me, Cinnamon, we've got kids in wrestling now. So we have to make sure we're off in time to make sure we prep for all the wrestlings of the day. So, because we have junior Wolverine wrestlers wrestling. Because the University of Michigan, apparently, they're Wolverines. And so the kids are junior Wolverines.
Yeah.
Because that's, the university is like right here. It's like, I think the university actually is technically all around us.
It's amazing.
We're off of.
So we're going to make the official video explain what happened to Ireland.
It's still there.
It's still there.
And we're now
there
approved.
And not there. I don't even know how to.
We'll explain it. We can go anytime we want. We're just not going yet.
Well, because we didn't get to go when we needed to go.
It's because kids, as always. Because kids. Okay, so let's do a step.
Yeah, but we're real happy.
We're happy right now. We're fine. It's hard, but we're happy. So
that is a good way of looking at it. It's hard, but we're happy. All right, I'm really loving this so far. So we're now getting some really kind of emotional, fun personality and everything out here. So let's get. I think my D brush might, but I want a bigger one. What was the size of it? Nah, that's too small. I'm going to do my 8. I like an 8 and I love a 4 and I do like a 0, but I'm going to do my 8. You could do a filbert. You could do a bright here and you could do a round. I like this brush because it gives me edge. It gives me blend. That's why. I'm going to get into my yellow and red. Yeah, get into my zinc a little bit and come here. Oh, that's too much red. That's the only hard thing you got to watch is you got to watch that both sides of your brush have a good mix. Don't worry, we'll get it out of the red snow. Back into my zinc. I'm mixing on the back side. Getting that kind of wonderful. I think I might even distribute it a little more and then come back with some. Hmm. This yellow color, super important. The orange, reds, and yellows, they matter in this painting. They keep it cheerful and they convey the emotion. Of the kids. Oh my goodness, this is a big project, isn't it, today? I'm just making sure that that color is something that we can layer over. I think I'm going to even kind of work it out a little more here. A little yellow ochre sometimes, maybe. I've got more color I'm putting here. I'm just trying to make sure that we've got some good continuity. This also starts to let us know where our light goes, right? Doesn't have to be perfect. Honestly, at this stage, it can be, it's just down. Sometimes you just got to get it down. Okay, I'm going to use a little bit of my blue color from before and my titanium white. Coming around the figure and painting carefully around the figure. Just a very bright painting. White and blue. A little bit cooler over on the side, and then it builds up. Kind of distant little landscape lines in the background. They're not. Little kind of crazy line going off the back. Hmm. Sometimes you get in it and you're like, nope, there's nowhere else to be. A little more blue this time. I like this brush because I can use it to kind of create these little interesting light motions. That's another thing that's fun is that we can capture the play or the motion or the moment, this specific exact instance that all this is, kind of going on. And that is wonderful. Mm. A little bit of zinc in here. I'm going to come back here and I'm going to put some of this sort of energetic this type of brushwork is gestural and almost like writing. These marks could represent, you know, deadfall, you know, our background. Sometimes you want to just say less so that the viewer has more room to see the painting. Kind of picking up that value and lightening that up a bit. All right, now I'm going to need to stand and look at this. So John's going to turn me off. We're going to dry this, and then we are going to continue on with our steps.
Okay, so I'm going to do that. And don't forget to thoroughly dry your thing. I'm going to cut over here so we can look to the side so you can look over the top of it and see what she thinks as we're kind of doing this. Don't forget to thoroughly dry. Make sure you do that on yours. I'm going to make sure I push all the buttons and do all the things while we're waiting for it. I put a link up here if you guys are asking. I think it's the Raphael d'Artigny Arty brush.
The arty brush.
The
brush.
brush.
The brush.
It's the brush.
The brush.
Available at our store. The store.
At the store. Keep rolling away. We forgot to
I'll
weight me down.
Put a bag behind you.
Yeah. Normally John weights me so that I can't go rolling away into the ether. This is water, and it helps keep my paint from drying out completely. Let's make sure we are well positioned for the short. Because John always has to make one of those after, and we don't want to make that a miserable experience. I like to keep the brushes I'm using close by because I'll tend to go in a painting with them again and again and again and again and again. And I like that very much about it. I am going to switch to a square. We got a new step. This is a number 10 Simply Simmons, formerly known as Goldilocks, and is going to be available at the store soon. We finally got yays. There's just like a bazillion items and they have to be imported in. So just keep checking back. You'll see more and more. Finally. Virgo Rose, Simon, John, I love your family. Will you adopt me? Yeah, we'll adopt you. We adopt all of you. Low heat. I'm really enjoying myself with you guys. I miss this fun, says Tavi. I miss this fun too. And Bernadette says, can you please paint mythical creatures and portraits? Love your arts. You're an amazing teacher. Bernadette, so I've been doing the animals dressed up in Renaissance clothing. That's from like this old collection I had when I was like 20. And so we did the bunny. And then we did a crow. I have plans for more. They're fantastic. And plan to do dragons, plan to do mermaids, plan to do unicorns because I love all that stuff. Super fun. So yes, that will be coming. January is going to be amazing. All right. The 10 Bright. Let's begin painting. Some of this has like some more sort of square. It's even hard to explain. I'm going to get a little white there into the yellow. It has almost a square impact. You just got little blocks of things. So fun. And see, I put a little bit of there. And go into the blue a little more. Sometimes I will do a horizontal and a vertical brushstroke. Going lighter blue. Put a little blue up there. It's amazing. I will switch through my brush. The snow becomes just the most colorful thing you've ever painted white. It's so weird. Enjoy. The most complicated white ever. That's too yellow. There we go. And a little more white as I go back. It's not water, so it doesn't have to be perfectly level, but I do have some sense of brush directionality.
So that was Kathy was asking why you chose blue as the underpainting.
I chose blue because this is a winter piece and the predominant color throughout was cool, and that was going to be easy. And also the blue and orange and yellow are contrasting colors. So even though they're here in just the littlest bit, it makes everything a lot more exciting. And where the bits of blue peek out here and there, even on the figures, it's just exciting. Speaking of, put a little blue there. Just pushing it through here. I was removing hair from my palette because if that hair gets in there, I am doomed. Just adding a little more dimensionality to the background. Just pulling some of that through. Just starting to pull that in. Thank you, Davia. Davia is saying that I know my stuff. I hope I do. I've been doing it a minute. I appreciate that. My brain is working though. Just so you guys know, like some paintings make my brain work too. Like not all paintings are just a no-brainer, phone it in, come and paint it. Some I'm working at, and this is one I'm working at. Oh my goodness, this hair just won't come out. Apparently I'm shedding into my painting. Just a little bit of orange there. I'm back into that cad red and cad yellow, and then some burnt sienna. We are doing a Christmas show this year. Okay, so my mom and I talked. We both feel like the gift we want to give you guys for supporting us through all the many times of YouTube and all the different things that are going on is to not have had to be alone for Christmas. And so, or maybe you have lots of family and you need a break from that, or you just miss us and you want to come. Everything's perfect in your life, but you just like us too. For whatever those reasons are, we are both planning to do a Christmas Day show, I think. And we don't know exactly. We just started talking about it. We both were having the same idea, and we said, "Oh, we should collaborate. We should do this together." And we just haven't had that second talk yet. Just trying to keep that area warm, right? Get that red into that yellow if you need it to go orange. Take cad red, cad yellow, and a little bit of burnt sienna. It looks at first like a brown, but it's actually, we'll read in your snow, as quite a bright orange. I could have painted the whole painting with an orange underpainting as well. If I had a show or something coming up, I probably would do both and compare them and decide what I felt was more compelling. I think that covers those pops of color that are hiding under the snow for us. Virgo's like, this is my family now. Thank you so much. Thank you guys so much. It's ours too. And it's so crazy because my mom and I are both on YouTube. So that's like really a true story, right? And my dad now is on YouTube because he's like 87 and he still rides extreme bikes and mountain bikes and does all that like he's 22. And so whenever the 22-year-olds find him, they get super excited because they're like, oh, I can do this when I'm really old. They didn't know that. So they love him. They just take him everywhere and they feed him and they make videos. And so every once in a while, my dad will pop up on YouTube with somebody at Moab where he's out 87 riding going, yeah, I opened the trail back in 60 or 50 or whatever it was. So it was pretty cool. Whole family on YouTube. Sorry for my gulpies there. That was weird. I apologize.
Just give me a quick dry. Make sure you get all the way. Everybody's on YouTube these days, it seems like. It's the way of the world. So many YouTubery things. And we're lucky to be here with you guys doing this YouTube thing. Super grateful for that. I'm just noticing that my hard drive is full and I need to switch to the different hard drive. So, hold on a second. Let me turn you back on.
Okay.
Hold on, before you get going.
You gonna turn me back on? I'm mic muted? I was. But I'm not.
Switch over to the hard drive.
All right, so I'm going to take my brush and made orange. I'm going to wipe it off. Not rinse it, wipe it off. And then I'm going to come to my white. Now, one of the tricks is I want to make sure I'm thoroughly mixed. So sometimes we'll talk about loosely mixed, right? Which is where a paint is sort of barely incorporated and there's maybe 2 or 3 colors in it. This, I want a good mix on. And come in and right there. So this line went down at an angle from left to right. And now I am using this brush. Again, the Simply Simmons Bright. Sometimes I'll pick up some color so that it's not just boring. And I will paint between some of the marks that I made before. It's just good to build up, build up. If I want a little brown, I can get it. And put a little brown on there. So you can see it's like the 1,000 colors of beige. Painting snow is just a wild experience because most people think it's just white. You just paint everything white and then put a few objects in there. But in real life, when you're out in it, what you get a beat on real quick is that it's much more colorful than you're thinking, than any of us are thinking. And some of you have pointed out that my snow has gotten better since I've lived in snowy places, and that absolutely is true. Being able to observe objects in your environment does help and is an advantage. But you can still do anything you want with your painting. Capturing some little light coming from behind the figures. Yeah, I just like to paint along. Up here, there's some brown, and every once in a while I like to get a little brown into my snow. It just neutralizes it a bit. Weird conversations to be having about snow. I know. Might need to go into a smaller brush. We'll see. If enough peaks of color keep popping through the snow, we'll be okay. If I have to keep putting them back, we'll see. This is a painting where we're going to go through a lot of white. I'm adding a lighter value through here so that the light feels a little more tuned in. Maybe a little brown snow. So it's light, but it's just not white. And the reason is that very little bits of snow will be white, but most snow will not be white. Let's get in a little brown here. Oh, but if you want to do the Christmas show and you wanted to try the free trial, I might hold off closer till Christmas, to that week. So you can have that week. Because I'm going to do a bunch of stuff and I'm going to run a lot of it. There's going to be extra cool stuff I run through Patreon. If we can upgrade something, we might do something really cool. But we just don't know if we can yet. But what I would say is if you're close and you're like, I got to find the perfect time, maybe watch for that one because I think we're going to do something really cool. But I don't know what, and I'm not promising before. God, yellow quits. No promises. You can see what I'm doing here. It's just making sure that this snow, as it is, get some blue on here. Isn't that fun how that, even though I put blue in it, it creates like that sense that the light maybe went down a little further. And I'm going to rinse out because I got a lot of yellow in here. Getting so close. Now we're going to have pops of red around the feet for a little bit until we get the snow action on the feet. And that is okay. That is normal. That is what that should be. I'm going to get a little bit of my blue. Into my white. Oops, that was too much. When you run into too much, you make it work. The trick with ultramarine is that when you're incorporating it with white, if you get it thoroughly mixed, the little value changes are really readable. But you do have to get it thoroughly mixed. Just putting the little shadows where they could go. Putting them back. Sometimes they're hard to paint around, but they're easy to put back, so I do that. Little shadows coming off the side here. All the shadows are in these blue colors. Breaking up that there. A little more white. You just want to make sure that you've got, oh, I might not even need that there, but you want to make sure that you've got little shadows just everywhere. And even in the shadow, that some shadows are maybe a little lighter. I can come over here and if I get into my brown, I can make that nice little transition. Isn't that wonderful? And there we go. And kind of crisp up that edge. I'm really enjoying this. We're working out really well. It's fun. It's playful. It's relatable. All right. Now, one of the things I have to pay attention to is this now is dipped in and I need to arc it back out. So I need a new step.
You need a new step?
New step.
All right.
I'm going to take a little bit of my Cad Red and my Mars Black. I'm going to sketch very lightly the line I think I need. I'm using my number 0 Raphael D brush, dub brush. And I am coming and putting in some jacket. I'm just thinking about things a little bit more. A little more red there where I want it to be more visible, and I might even come in and get a little orange going just to have good value. I've just got to find that line inside the jacket, which is going to take me a minute, but I'll need to actually kind of work with the hue because this is maybe triggering my seeing things well issue. So there's a concept in art, and what we call it is readability. Can you understand visually the object or what's going on in the painting without a tremendous amount of explanation or what? Or is there something that just reads weird? And that is something that we just always have to work out in painting. Get a little black and brown. Now at my knees, I can wrinkle my pants to really see him a bit better. Might be able to push either his boom boom in or back over the back of that. Let's come along here. We know this is much more in shadow. See how that just starts to really show there. Oh my goodness. Fun times, fun times. Might be a little too more forward than I can handle, so I'll just erase that back. So if the paint underneath is dry and the paint on top is wet and you use clear water and rinsed out brush, you can remove a line. weirdly grabbed some yellow and brown just because I want some different value, and it doesn't really. Now you can see like the beginnings of that happening there. I'm just looking. Every once in a while, let's all take a minute and just look at our work. Take a deep breath and just take it in for a second. I'm going to grab a little shadow snow color. And I'm going to come right up to the back of my paint. And the reason that I'm going to do that is because I'm going to put the mitten back. Yep, fun. Okay, I'm going to take a little bit of my yellow ochre, and interestingly enough, my Mars black. I might have to use a smaller brush. So I'm going to put my number 0 D-brush aside, and I'm going to grab a small round, I think. And I'm going to get one of my, one of the ones I really like. It's the number 6 Raphael round. Are we okay? Everybody all right? Okay. Now this little mitten here. So the shape is pretty dark initially. And then I'm going to want to come in and grab a little white. And you can see that just puts that mitten back. Mitten back. I'm putting this mitten in now. Get a little more dark color going, I think. A little more black into it. And put a little shading at that little corner. And put that thumb back in. Highlight on the top. Maybe there in the thumb. And we'll get back at that again in a second, but we're just getting those first values in. But there's a thumb, that we can see it. So what happened there was that my brush, I rinsed my brush out, wasn't paying attention, and there was a drop of water on the handle, and it came down, it got me. I'm going to have to put a lot of that back in later. Grab a little black. And come in here and put the back of a heel kind of curve back. Now, most of this, my friends, is not going to be here. Most of it is going to be so painted over. So you do need to have paint on here, and it needs to read. But this isn't where you want to spend 2 hours of your painting. I guess is what I'm trying to suggest. Don't spend 2 hours of your painting here. Partial feet. To be very, very covered in snow soon. Added a little shadow to the back of the mitten. All right. Doing pretty darn good. Let's call that a step because we got him into this stage. We have underpainted the boy. Amethyst says that's a sneaky drop. The drops are always sneaky.
So sneaky.
Hazelnut latte for me. I love a hazelnut latte. Oh, Laura says my cat is very snoopy and I have a hard time trying to keep him out of paint. I'm assuming what it is. So a couple of things. Yeah, natural brushes attract your cat. Hog bristles, squirrel, horse. All. Oh, by the way, yeah. Sometimes it's pony. They usually call it camel, but what that means is a mix of hair that they sort of blend together. So all the natural stuff, your cat is going to love that brush. Your cat is going to chew that brush. Your cat is leaving with that brush. It might do it with the synthetics. They may drink the paint water. Cadmium, even on the pro paint, tends to be coated, so you should be okay. It doesn't mean you don't mention it to your vet, but artist paint has a coating on it to not make it bioavailable. And that only applies to pro paint. And rubbing alcohol, 91% should be in all of our houses. Rubbing alcohol, not 71%, 91%. Because that removes acrylic paint, dried acrylic paint. And if you have to get it out of fur, something like that, that can be really, really helpful. It helps to have baby wipes around. Pet. I should probably just make a pet video. That's what I should make a pet video. My goodness. Am I putting off the faces to the last minute? Yeah. Yeah, I am, my friends. I am. This is a lot to do. But let's get into our lovely, lovely little parka. Now I'm going to take a little bit of my Cad yellow ochre and Cad yellow together. And it just brightens up the ochre a smidge. Yep, that's the color I'm looking for. Yeah, I like it. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to rinse out my brush because I need some detail from it. This is very bright right now. These are not the final colors. These are the underpainting colors. I'm going to roll the brush so it's got a nice shaped tip. Press and just curve that back. And that is going to help me get my thumb with much less work. Might as well come here and do that same trick. one of the great things about painting winter scenes is because the clothes are bulky, because mittens are often worn, you're only dealing with a little bit of face and fabric folds. So a lot of times it's a much more accessible subject matter. I'm adding a lot more white to this. Yeah, actually like that. So I'm going to rinse it out. And the reason is that there's an important band. And if I don't get the band right, then I'm going to have a hard time.
Oh.
The reason that seam on the jacket is so important is it really helps it read as an extra large parka. So I just want to make sure that I have that there in the gathering. Now I'm going to come along here with my dark paint with my black. Kind of adding a little shadow. I'm going to wiggle that in. Wiggle, 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 because I can do anything. You can do anything. We together can do anything. Add a little bit of that dark color to down there and in here. And see how the parka starts to just happen here.
Yeah.
I believe as long as you rinse them off after using rubbing alcohol, it is safe. I mean, it shouldn't be ingested. But a lot of things that we have that we might use wouldn't be ingested. So like if you can't clip it out, right? Yeah, you can get like a little rubbing, like a rubbing alcohol wipe and kind of very gently get it off the paws. And then I would just rinse those paws off because, you know, they lick everything. Well, mine always did so. We just have to assume animals will put it in their mouth, I think.
Yeah.
Gonna make sure that all my nice little creases and bumps and parka personality are represented here. A little bit of dark shadow at where the parka joins the mitten, and that's because it's gathered that way. It's got that gathering, so it doesn't have a strip, it's that cuff. I talk to you guys a lot about what things are. I do that because that is, I think, maybe the first thing I remember, even as a small child. I'm using in my darker coat color here for the underside of that arm. Even as a small child, that it helped me understand what was happening. It could be that I have a lot of neurodivergence, like many people do, or it could be that that's just a good and natural way to do it. Now I'm going to take my darkest color and bring it down here. Why isn't she coming in beautiful? We're so brave. You don't even know how brave we are. And then here, just a nice lighter value up at the top of the hoodie. Now we're not done with the little splashes and activities and stuff like that, because there needs to be, when this is done, we need a lot of activity. These kids are playing. We are telling a story of not a still moment, but an action moment.
Mm-hmm.
Painting action in paintings is always fun, but it's challenging. So don't make being challenged a condition of whether or not things are fun. You know, I'm going to change. Remember how I talked about we could change the line of something? I'm going to come into my background space again. And you can see even here, right now, one of the ways you know you're in contrasting colors
Yeah.
is the play of blue and orange has become really interesting to you.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. I'm going to take a little
This
bit.
is really coming together, though.
I think so. I'm going to take a little bit of my phthalo blue, and I really thought I was going to use a ton of phthalo blue on this painting and then didn't. But I'm adding a little bit of my burnt sienna to it. Grabbing a little bit of that. So that was phthalo blue. You don't have to use phthalo blue, but I think it will create a nice denim effect with the ultramarine blue. Sometimes it's a little more brown. And what you can see me doing is really trying to think about the folds and the movement in the fabric. That's all I'm doing. Just trying to think about the folds and the movement in the fabric. The way it lays. Nice dark value between the legs. And then I just definitely want to make sure that I've got value. And we're super duper close on her underpainting. Now I'm going to take a little bit of my Quinacridone and my Cad Red. Coming up here, I'm going to, a little bit there, it's like the boot is pushed up. And then I'm going to paint just a little bit over the top because I'm really not going to be able to see all the boots. So it's really about... What?
They can't see the Sherpa. You've been gone. Virgo was like, we still can't see the Sherpa. Where'd she go? And I was like,
This whole time?
for a little while, I guess.
How long?
I don't know.
How long?
A little while.
How long?
Probably since you've been standing up.
That's a long time.
Yeah, I know. I didn't notice that you were gone there either. I see what it
I
is
don't look at me.
Well, I see you on. There's a bunch of you up here, so if you're missing from one screen,
You don't even know.
I may not even know it
All right,
because
I'm
there's
gonna
like
add a
5
little
of you on me.
ultramarine blue to my red mixture. It's darkening it up. Add a little yellow, red. See how we don't have to paint the whole shoe, but we know contextually exactly what is going on here? That is what I love. Okay, let's, you know what I could do, sweetheart, is I could stand up and go to the restroom and change my water bucket. It's a good time to change your water bucket.
I don't know that I'm ready to do it.
Okay.
That.
But I am getting to that space.
Okay, give me a second. Let me see what I can do. I can probably make that happen. Give me a second to plug in a thing.
Well, we don't have to have the music or anything.
Okay, you don't want anybody to do anything while we're gone?
Well, I mean, you can.
I think if I get this plugged in and do a little thing and a little there, you have to give me a moment to look at all this stuff. See if it'll do it.
I honestly think I could write on a piece of paper and do a smiley face and a smile and tape it, and then if we say nothing, that more and more people will come in the room.
You think so?
Mm-hmm. Give me some copy paper and I'll show you that what I say is true.
It's not that I don't believe you. I was just...
No, this would be funny. Okay. So, faces. Get our glasses back on. Where did mine go? Those are not what I can be missing. Do you all know where I put my glasses? Oh. How many of you were yelling on your head? Sometimes I just channel my mother.
This is going to be a new step?
New step. All right, I'm going to take a little yellow ochre and burnt sienna. Might even get into my little black up here. Just for the exaggeration, right? So I'm just working on my skin tones. I'm going to want... And that's really going to be a lot of my yellow ochre, burnt sienna, and cad red. Pretty much where that all lives. Titanium white. Just cad red, yellow ochre, burnt sienna, titanium white at first. Leave a shadow behind the ear. Painting tiny faces. All right. Before I get into this too far, I need to conceptually share a thought with you guys.
What's that?
Where this is going to be made or broken in my mind is a highlight here, some shading around here, how we shade the nose, the little bit of forehead. We don't really see a lot of face. We don't have to be good at faces. Same thing here is just like what's happening here in the lashes, on the lower lip, and under the nose, and catch just a little bit of light that's there. So I want you to pay attention to not every feature of every face everywhere, but just this face, this angle. Otherwise, your brain could swarm you with all of the things it ever thought about people's faces.
Okay, I think that I could give you a break.
Okay. After I paint his face?
Yeah.
I'll take one.
Yeah, I think I could do it.
Okay. You're brilliant. Continue. This is not my final skin tone. This is the beginning. There is a book that has color recipes. It's 400 color recipes for skin tones. I highly recommend owning it. Grab a little bit more brown, and I'm going to just make sure that the nose is a little bit shaded. Holding your breath helps sometimes when you have to get a small detail. So breathe, let it out, and go. And I'm going to get a lot more white, maybe even a little yellow into my skin tone. Next to my nose. Gosh, it's just such a barely a little highlight.
Yeah.
Then back into my regular skin tone. Blending that up in through. I just grabbed some. Oh, that water drop. It gets me, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Every
Sneaky
time.
one. It's sneaky.
Decades. And it's still getting me. It's like my nemesis. For you guys that know that I watch a lot of Korean shows, especially rom-coms or fantasy, I'm now watching Tale of the Nine-Tailed on Netflix. Season 2 is over on Prime. They don't pay me. It's not sponsored. I just share good TV because I'm a good person.
Yep. It's a public service.
It's a public service. It is. It is a public service. Now I'm going to bring a little bit of a dark color right there along that cheek. And then just so barely. See how it's barely? Man, here. Just a little bit. Now here. Barely. Oh, goodness. I'm so busy. Okay. Right here. Kind of round it out.
So good.
And then with the dampest brush, I'm going to just give him a little nose job here. Okay. Small faces, not easy. That's all it is. Now, interesting thing on hairlines, you do see a little skin behind an ear. And so on a boy, when you're painting a boy with a short cut, it's at this angle, there should be some of the skin tone that you notice, even back here behind the ear. Does that make sense?
It does.
It will be darker. And then black and brown, still my 6th round. It is just such a good brush. All right. I like to make little flicks just to show the little hair. I don't know what about your kids, but I imagine like my kids, they probably have very wild hair. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm in a spectacularly good mood today. As I'm coming up, right? If you've lost the line of your head, you can use chalk to see it. I'm going to stand up again, but John's going to put me back, I promise.
Hold on a second. Let me cut back over here.
Just got to get the slightly lighter hair.
Okay,
Maybe I'll go into the gold up here. It's not that it is gold, but this color here, if I take my burnt sienna and my yellow ochre, it will lighten it up enough. In that was from the cad, that was cad yellow and yellow ochre, and then I've just come in and got a little burnt sienna in that. All right, and I'm going to stand up. Thank you. Now, the reason I'm woo! I have to do this really, really adding. It's so easy to add, but it's very hard to take away. So I like to come in. I think the only way I would describe it is, just a little more gently or. And then if I got too much going on back here, what I do is I rinse off my brush and I can come back with the background. Let's watch for that missing. Look at my sun. Pride is not the word I'm looking for. So much more inside me. You've been painting for a minute when you start singing Hamilton.
Yep.
Would it be weird if I ever did that? That'd get content cleaned.
Yeah.
It's so strange. All right. So you can see there. I'll put me back, babe.
Okay.
Oh, well, when I get back into position. All right. Look at that. And for once, I haven't aged a child up into an adult without every single trick on the planet. Now, I'm going to take a restroom break. I'm going to mist my water. This is a good time to stand, stretch, change your water if it needs changing, because clean water helps us have great color. And I'm going to go to the restroom if you need any bio or stretch or just self-care. It's a good time for it. I will be right back.
All right, I'm going to put mute on you, make you disappear. And then I'm going to see if what I can do is we're going to, I got going to go boop. And then I believe that if I go ahead and hit, let me go ahead and hit play. And it does work. Let's go ahead and do this cut. There you go, guys. Go.
Hello, my friends. The time of day is here when everybody paints and forget their fear. I'll show you where your art is. You know it's where your heart is. It's time to have fun. I hope we made it clear. Hello, my friends. It's time to turn the key. Release your stress and paint along with me. Yeah. It's not about perfection. It's about the connection. Now put it on your canvas and let it be. We're having an art party. Why don't you come with me? A straight from the heart party. Now everybody let it be. No need for words like can't or ain't. Just grab your brushes, come on, let's paint. Don't think too hard, it's easy. Plus, it's a lot of fun, believe me. Just join me right here, we'll make it a day. We're having an art party. Why don't you come with me? Yeah. A straight from the heart party. Yes, everybody let it be.
So you will hear me breathing for a second. I ran to the restroom. There's stairs. There's stairs, and there's different little things that are going on between me where I'm going. So I'm winded for a little second. So I'm just gonna have my coffee and catch my breath and be okay. I'm not in like run up and down the stairs 6 times in a row shape. Like 3, maybe. Just Blondie says, I'll buy my garden seeds for my Christmas while I'm waiting. Ooh, that's nice. That's a good thing. And no, it is not John and I are singing it. It's a song we licensed a while ago, and every once in a while it like gets content. I've never found it for sale. I looked on iTunes for you guys. I don't know where I don't know where it's available publicly. I think it might only be
I think
a
that we had
pay for use thing.
I think we
Music
had
Blocks was where we found it.
this song.
Is this?
This is a Ryan O'Neal song. That was our intro song.
Oh, you didn't do the Ocean. You did Ryan O'Neal.
That was right. Yeah, so that's I changed it out.
Oh,
It used to be
Ryan O'Neal. You can buy his music right now.
and actually, yeah, Ryan O'Neal's a friend of mine, and ours.
Mm-hmm.
He's a musician. He performed this for us a while ago. This was a song that we had written to create our
theme
intro
song.
song.
Because 10 years ago we thought, we should have a theme song, right?
And Ryan,
we're on YouTube. Why wouldn't we?
Yeah, he assembled, he re-recorded all the parts, all the musical parts, the score, and then did all the
I think
the
he did
voice
some writing
parts.
in it too.
I'm not sure. He may have rearranged some stuff for sure.
Yeah, I think so. I think he did some
but
rearrangement.
he contributed. He was a definite contributor to our musical event.
Which is me having no music.
and we're gonna do something again. We're getting settled. There's so many things to do.
When you guys meet Ryan, you're gonna know from the beginning we were touched by stars.
Yeah.
When you guys meet Ryan, you're like, wow, what a person. Just a lovely human being. Okay. Into this face. Do I need to be on the Zoom for them to see the face? Okay. Might as well, right? So I'm going to come in and work on her face a little bit. All right, take a little of my yellow ochre. Cad red, yellow ochre. Initially, I'll just come through here. Little cad red, little yellow ochre. It's covering up the blue. I don't mind if little bits of blue peek out. That doesn't bother me. I do want to make sure that some of this goes up into where the bangs are, so that when I pull the hair over, we are super good. I'm going to go up here into my burnt sienna and my yellow ochre, and I haven't rinsed my brush. Might need more black. Little dark color under my nose. And take just my brown. I haven't even rinsed my brush. Her hair, sorry about that. Her hair, didn't mean to bump the whole thing. It's going to come out from the parka a bit down this way. I'm just using burnt sienna right now. I think I got into my parka more than I wanted to. I'm going to come here and make sure I got a little bit of dark here along that little edge. Now I'll get into what was my perca color from earlier. Cad yellow ochre, and I had a little burnt sienna, and Mars black just sort of on my brush, and I'm over it in my white. Trying to make sure that I've got good. Gotta make sure we got a good hoodie. Keep getting into the white. I am highlighting the front here, and that's going to pull it out towards me with a lighter color. And I'm going to bring that highlight down the jacket, man. And it's going to be fun. Wow. Little jacket color, very, very light. I may need to put out some more white, and that's okay. Just working this out, and then around here, we're only framing the face, right? Just to make sure that everything is really showing for us. Back into this. Really feel like it could come out even a little more. I might actually come back with the hair, I think, now. I'm seeing it. I'm just going to like it better if it's into my darker jacket color. Right here. Go and bring a little more burnt sienna into that crease of that hoodie. Cad Red, Quin Magenta, burnt sienna. Pull this back into a point. Make sure there's no hidden drops, because boy, is this delicate work. Lower lip. Now, if I get that into my skin color, I'm going to add a lot of zinc. Can put a little rosiness right there. I might even, yeah, I can kind of see that there. And then a little more of the red. So just, oh, that's a lot. I'll glaze that back. Let's get into more skin tone, but lighter. I'm adding highlights to the top of the cheek and maybe down on the chin and a little bit over the eye, just to try to give that face a little Do I ship art materials to England, says Claire 461? I do not. And I hope to soon. That was actually some of part of why we wanted to move to Ireland so we could be um, able to ship globally easier. And then and things got strange. And so not yet. Jackson's Art Supplies, I think, is very good. I hear such great things about them. The brush guys ship globally. And there are some really good stuff, and I hope to be among them soon. All right, I'm grabbing my blush color again with the little zincs. Come around the back side there. A little more than I meant to do, but you know what? Sometimes it's just real nice. I'll put a little more white up. Sometimes it's nice to blush up somebody who's in the cold. I really need to crimp this one. This tube has seen its last life. So if you have to crimp a big tube, you're going to put the cap on as tightly as you can, and you're going to cover whatever you're doing it over because the cap can explode off if you don't get it on right or if it's de-threaded. I'm going to open up my big squeeze. I'm going to pop my giant tube in it. And you can see that it's helped move my paint to the end of the tube where I was having trouble getting it out. So now, over my palette. I haven't had it just go flying out a bunch of times, but I've had it go flying out like that enough that I'm like, I should probably keep an eye on it. Look, I saved you from an explosion, and we squeezed a tube. That is Cad Red and yellow ochre and titanium white, and then more titanium white. And a little more yellow ochre. And a little more yellow ochre. A little highlight. It's fun to do. And move my grabber. Towel it. Back into the black. Small tip of the brush. Now, brown. Gonna go into a little Cad Red and Cad Yellow. Just for the hair that is, right out the front of the hoodie. I think I'll come into this. This got a little red and a little yellow brown. I'm going to just make sure that the edges of the bangs. Into the brown. I'm just adding black and I'm pinching out and shaping my brush with it. Making sure we're okay. Okay, now I'm going to get into my skin tones. It's a very light skin tone. So see those bright highlights that I put in there to help me see my person? And back into the basic skin tone. Painting little faces is fun, fun, fun. 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 Let's do lots of little faces. Get really good at it. And everyone will be like, how did you paint those little faces? And be like, we thought a lot about it. So much. And then I come in here and I'm going to add I wanted that to read like skin tone, but it ended up reading like highlights on the hair. So I'll think that one again in just a second. I'm going to roll my brush again into my skin tone highlight. Trim it. Too much. There we go. On a face, a little is a lot. I don't really know how to explain it. This is my darker skin tone up here. And I'm going to come right here. And then I am going to, okay, who else thinks like I paint a lot of faces like my mom? So weird. That might be a genetic thing. I don't know. By putting her lash is clearly facing down. Sure that this is reading right. I'll come back and fix the skin tones. I'm going to go back into my skin tone again with my brush, and I really looked for it. Let's really make sure we don't have any water drops. And as I come here and I just smidge it. Smidge, 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 smidge. It's okay to say smidge. Smidge is an okay thing to say. Smidgy, smidgy, smidgy. Everything you do, it will change the face. It is wild. So if you put too bright of a highlight, you'll have to come back with your shading. I just want to make sure that my hair looks good and is. Let's get some black and like brown here. I'm just get some burnt sienna. There we go. Perfect. Now we're peeking through the bangs. Bangs have happened. Peaking has happened. Urgh! Glad I caught that. I had a gloop of something on my brush. I do want, you know, stuff to show in there, but I also realize I'm going to get the jacket color and I'm going to make sure that the inside here is a shaded version of the jacket and not blue. I am leaning far left. I don't know if that helps, John. Just trying to get as close as possible because if I can't see it, I can't paint it. You can't paint what you can't see, so you have to figure out a way to see your work. I'm coming at a little bit of a shadow in his ear because it's actually showing. I might go ahead and get a little of my Cad Red and yellow ochre over here. I had a little bit of a little pink. Maybe back here along the hairline. Gosh, I can't believe, you know, there was a thing where I was like, I wonder if this is doable, but this is looking super doable. Let's dry everything and we'll come back and we're going to, it's now final detail time, guys. It's like, we're going to start wrapping up.
Yeah. All right. This is really getting close. You can see. I think so. Let's see here. She was just asking me how we're doing on time. I think she's doing okay. I'm going to start getting us ready to go for the next. Amy, that's a great question, and I'll make sure that I ask that here. So Amy was asking, when painting people, how can you make a male look more mature without giving him facial hair?
So their whole body and face proportion totally changes. And it's just wild. And I have a tendency to do it to my children, so pretty good at explaining it. On a man, when you want him to look less boyish, what you will begin to do is it helps if you've got angles. So you want to pay attention to the angles and line of jaws, and you want to even sort of exaggerate them. When I watch really great artists do figure drawing and they're doing men, I have noticed, and I find for myself this is helpful, almost like making sure that there's angles. Everything, like it's the line on the arm and then there's another angle, and so it's trying to create the angular nature. But you know what? Now I do have Jon Snow that I painted, but I ended up painting him with a dad bod. Jon Snow after he actually married Daenerys and they lived happily ever together in my universe, because that's the ending of my thing. Anyways, I'll do some guy faces because I think that might be interesting to explore. And then until then, look at Proko, Proko, draw men. I'm practicing some of those things and we'll work on some angles, but that's really what it is. It's about elongating. An adult male will be about 8 heads high, 6 head high. There is a widening of the jaw that's really interesting that you will see, that you can exaggerate in it. It's, if I was to make him a man, like right now I've got 1 head, 2 head, 3 head, 4 head, 5 head. And do like 2 more head of proportion into it. And an elongation. Along that jawline will be leaner through here. So just little things to look for in the way that we express them. Amethyst, you're so sweet. Amethyst is a good artist. And April's like, it's so pretty already. It blows my mind. Weird question. When painting people, okay, that was really good. Without giving facial hair. And in fact, I think it's a cheat to give facial hair. Just to make it look like a dude. If facial hair is there, dude it up. But like I have done it. I don't even want to use the word cheat. What I'll say is a workaround. Let's soften that language a little bit so we're easier with ourselves. A workaround is a beard, but I like to avoid the workaround and do some other stuff. Now I'm going to use my detail brush for a second because I have some jacket stuff I want to do. I'm going to take my Cad Red, my Cad Yellow, I'm going to mix them together. I'm going to come here right there at the back, I'm going to start thinking about this little jacket. Let's get some brown over here. So I'm going to add some brown over here into this red-orange mix that I've got going, because that will help me find all of the values in my jacket. Brown, and then even further down we're going to add some burgundy. And even down from that we'll add some ultramarine blue. So the first mix is cad red, cad yellow. The next mix is got some burnt sienna in there. The next mix has some Quinacridone Magenta, and then this mix right here, this shadow mix, has a little ultramarine blue. I'm going to begin to find all the little folds and moments in my jacket. The jacket's kind of involved, so, you know, give yourself some space to enjoy it. And then right here where the arm would be coming out, I think I want to kind of pop that in a little bit so there's a little shadow there. Now, if for any reason John has to go to wrestling before I'm done, I'll just finish this on another day, so don't worry. You won't ever be stuck not finishing a painting.
You've got a little bit of time here. You got about 45 minutes before I've got to leave. So you're
but
okay.
I also have to get the lunch and everything ready.
We'll help
and I don't mind because it's going to take them so long to catch up, and we haven't done a multi. We
still have a lot of time though.
We do.
We have a lot of time on this one. I'm not worried.
But about 2:30, I've got to start packing lunches and making things. Otherwise, I'm in trouble. All right, I'm going to come here and add a little shadow on that front. That is looking really good. So we're looking for shading here. A little bit back here, you know, of course, under there. Now I go into my next color. Add a little more Quinacridone Magenta and cad red. Come here and start to think about, like, maybe there's a little bit right there. A little more cad red. And let's get some cad yellow. A little more yellow. Let's add a little kind of yellow highlight right there. I'm going to paint that up over the back, and then another little kind of up over the back. Add a little bit of cuff to where the hand is showing. I can always come back with a dark color, like I'll grab a little bit of black here. With my brush fairly dirty. A little darkness. Hello, darkness, my old friend. All right. And go ahead and get a little bit of my yellow into this brush, which is dirty. It has all the colors I've been using through here, and I've just added yellow and I haven't rinsed. this is sort of like playing with a mother color, which is about just using a continuous color harmony. Let's get a little bit more orange going. I might need to take it over here because I'm running out of palette space. We've been painting for a minute. I want it to be orange. And take that same color up here to the front of the jacket. I really like it for that. A little bit right there. Look right there. Just trying to get some more highlights on the jackets, I think. So, all right, wait, are we going? Okay. I don't mind doing it though. And they don't mind. Okay. That's true. Okay. All right, sorry. I'm adding a slightly brighter highlight. Okay. All right, we're going to come in here and maybe kind of create a little corner highlight right there. Another one right there. We're just trying to add these little orange highlights in the back of the jacket. This is going to be the most interesting short. Rebecca, you have found the most awesome community. Welcome, Rebecca. You really have. I'm going to say right now, I've been watching this group for 10 years, and they are nice as nice gets. I'm going to add my orange back into my little mixture over here, just so it's a sort of halftone, a little darker, and come back and maybe think about the folding of that wrap around the neck, which we know is probably like our little hoodie. Back into my little bright orange. Maybe even a little brighter, added a little more yellow. Sometimes if you get in there with the zinc, it's interesting because it will lighten it without really lightening it. Right there. Yeah, this is my art therapy. Yeah, this is, isn't it? Just is. All right, back into my little yellow over here. But my brush is dirty, so you'll notice it's not bright. Right? And it has all the colors from before. And I think that's the thing that's sort of hard to know how to do is like, how do I'm going to come over and get a little white into it, but zinc. I may even take my towel, not rinse, squeeze out the excess paint. That's another way to unload. Sometimes we think of stuff like rinse out more often than we need to. I am just adding some of these highlights along the back. Add a little more of my grayed out orange there. But I think I want it more in the reds. More in the cad. No, it's looking pretty good. I like that very much. Very, very, very much. So I am going to come along and I think I'm going to work on the hair for a second. Now I'm going to grab a little bit of my burnt sienna down here, and I'm going to grab a little of my yellow ochre. And mix in a little of mix, and then we're going to come up here and add a little highlight. Add a little highlight. Oh, Stephanie L., I cannot find this brush in your store. It is part of the Raphael Essentials set. It comes with 2 brushes, this one in a slightly smaller version of it. I think it's like the 2. It might be the 4. This is the 6. I think it's the 6 and the 2 in one package. And then there's another one where it is this one and a bright. So you're just looking for the sepia, and it's a 2-pack in the store. I bet the mods actually have it. Little playfulness here. Just adding highlights as I paint the top. Coming down, a little bit of sunlight at the top of the head, right? Maybe a little bit of burnt sienna kind of worked in through there. And then as we come down, I'm just going to get right into this darker color. And let's make sure we got brown in it, though. Just to be more than value, right? This may be one of my favorite paintings lately. Really love it. We got some mitten. We need to work out our mittens. So let's mitten a little bit of our yellow ochre, I think, and maybe a little bit of black. And I just grabbed some burnt sienna, and that seems like a perfectly fine mitten deal. I'm going to make sure that I had a little shading here and a little bit to the back end. And then, of course, I might even go into the black a little. And just make sure that now the inside of the mitten I feel like should be in shadow. Right. And then I'm going to come over here to where I had mitten color earlier. I'm going to get my my glazing medium, and add a lot of white. Never worked so hard to make a beige in my life. I'm going to take that white and I'm going to highlight the mitten here. Most of that highlight I do want to have focused at the front, so I may do it kind of like a half tone. And we've got it in shadow, but it's not so in shadow that we can't see it at all. Adding a little more black, just for right here. Add a little highlight there. I'll come here into this much, much lighter color. and then around that little edge there. So see, that little highlight really helps shape it. And that's sometimes what we're just trying to do. We're just trying to shape a thing, get through the thing. Get a little more of my dark mitten color. Just a little mitten. Just a little mitten. Just a little mitten. Now I'm going to take a little bit of that very, very light color. I might get a smidge of yellow into it. But super light. So it's a mitten color from earlier, but we've just added a little yellow and we're lightening it. I'm going to wipe off my brush and we're going to halo up these kids. Well, this kid. So what this is this is the backlighting at the hair. This happens a lot in hair, and I feel like it's one of the best, funnest things we can paint with hair. We don't do it enough, and that is just a little highlight because, man, that is, to me, everything. Little touches. Look at that little highlight on his hair. I want to get a Raphael D brush. What is the best size to start off with? So I feel like having a 4. This is a 4 or a 0. This is a 4 or an 8. Okay, that's the two sizes. There they are on my hand. It's the 4 and the 8. If you can only get one and you paint lots of tiny canvases, I'd get the 4. If you only can get one and you paint like 11 by 14s or like 10 by 10s or 12 by 12s like this, you might want to get the 8. If everything is like a 8 by 10, you can stick with the 4. I get the Textura first over the hog bristles just because it's pretty stiff, it's super resilient, and it gets you blending and doing the stuff that you've got to do. All right, so we've got this haloing here, right, which is just terrific. We've got this fabulous jacket, which is just terrific, and now the mittens are just terrific. I am kind of loving all of this, right? And then we get a little by brown and black again. Just make sure that we have some depth in our hair. I'm going to go ahead and get kind of some skin tone again, but this time it's more, it's shaded because I had the black in there, and make sure that behind my ear, you can see a little skin. And just a smidge of a highlight to the neck, and the reason for that is that it will just help it have shape. I'm going to take my brush right into my skin tone with a little more white in it. I'm going to come up over the ear. Oh, we're doing so good. Come get some yellow. White, yellow, white. Come right here. Right there at the front of the face. Hold your breath and do the nose. But just barely the underside. Barely that side. Maybe a little bit right there. Say it caught a little light. It's pretty good. And come back into my highlighting color and get a little more white into it. I'm going to my orange, interestingly enough, with my zinc. for the in jacket highlights. Just adding a little bit to our puffer. Little bit of glazing medium in there and added some titanium white. I pinched off the brush but did not add water. Coming along there. I can go ahead and get some yellow. Oh, we're still going. But we'll be soon. We will be next stepping soon, I'm sure. It's just little lights that catch the front of your stuff so that you can see that the get into this white right here, kind of come up over the mitten. A little bit on the thumb. And really just forward there. A little bit there, just to exaggerate. And just making sure that our jacket has the crumply wonderfulness that we need. All right, I feel like I got that. Let's call that a step. We did a minute, right? We did a minute. Amy Over says, if I have another MRI done and they don't find porridge, I'll be shocked. Good news, they won't, but I get your feeling. And when Ted says, love you, the Art Sherpa family. Thank you doing this for us. You are so welcome. If you're here for this show and you didn't hear earlier, not exactly sure of the plans, but my mom and I are planning as our gift to you guys to do some type of live stream on Christmas Day so that if you need to be with your art fam for any reason, you can come hang out with us. But we don't know the particulars that we're working on it right now. Sandwiches are good? Thank you. All right, I'm going to work on some paints. So my paints, I'm going to give it a little of my brown going here. Got some gold, yellow ochre, and I definitely know I'll be in my black as well. So these are like both a cami pant and kind of also crumpled. That's difficult. So you've got a pattern, right? And you've got a pant that crumpled. That's tough. Adding a little highlight there. Things will be a little darker in the shading of some of the stuff. That is okay. A little more black. Another thing that we can do, babe, is that I could keep going if you have to go. I'm not going to be done. There's no way. I'm very sorry. But I just am not sure. So that's what I'm thinking maybe is like, let me go up and check for the few things that I'm worried that need to be checked on.
Yeah.
And then I can come in and just paint this and end the stream myself.
You probably can't.
I would just have to, like, is there a button that makes me go away?
Yep.
Over here?
See, I'll take a look at this. I'll see what I got.
Okay. I'm continuing. And that way we can just keep going. So right now my kids are in wrestling and they're just doing fantastic and they're on the team and they've got a big competition coming up and they're so excited about it and we're excited about it and we've even met some other parents that we like. And I have to tell you, because I did gymnastics and dance and ice skating, which was what available to us when Honey was little. And I did not enjoy, I enjoyed the kids dancing, but the cheer moms were a challenge.
Mm.
You know, some of them. Not everyone everywhere, but some of them. And I really, really love the parrots at wrestling. I don't know how to explain it, but they're just awesome. All right. I think we're going to keep this quite dark here. And what's dark, you know, so readability we talked about earlier is this idea that what you can see clearly and read is working, and what you cannot read is not working. I'm going to come into my yellow ochre now. Look at those pants, come to life, come to life. Maybe a little bit of patterning there. Just making sure the shoe will show. Gotta love it. I'm right back into my yellow ochre with my dirty brush. And get a little bit of that white going there. Just painting highlights. It's fun to do. Add a little highlight back there. What you're doing is you're just finding, and then I'm going to come over into my blue, which is, I know, wild. Didn't expect to be here again. Get a little blue into that mix, but we remember that ultramarine blue and brown make gray. Let's get some glazing medium going, so it's doing well. So next Tuesday's painting will be a shorter one, and then I'll try to pop maybe another shorter one so that you have a couple fun little projects. I'm adding that gray to the pants there. I went and grabbed some more brown because I just saw that it might be nice to have a little more brown in that mix. Wow. Just loving it. All right, let's get a little snow color going just real quick. This is the cool snow color, but it will let me, when I add the other snow, have an easier time with it. Oh my goodness, did we just finish him? He is wildly good.
Yeah, he is. He turned out really good.
And wonderful. And just terrific. Let's call that a step.
You need to dry it?
I do not, because I'm going to work on our lovely little girl.
We'll look back over here. I think we're on step 16.
Step 16.
Which is now step 1. So, you know, on your little controller.
Okay.
After 15, we start over back at 1.
Oh, okay. Cool deal. I don't know if this is on.
I'll make sure we're
okay. So I'm back into my jacket color from earlier, and that is a little yellow ochre and a little cad yellow, a little burnt sienna, and sometimes a little black to cool. I'm going to come from the top of the head. And come over here into this blue, which is just an interesting thing, but I haven't really changed the color. Notice it's like a little blue.
Yeah.
That just cools it a bit, but it's still the same color, and it's just interesting what it'll do. Look at that go. Again, little snow actions. I like a little snow action. I'm just grabbing my little color here, and I'm just making sure I get a little snow action. Snow action on my little snow angel here. There we go. That's lovely. Back into our jacket color. Adding a little highlight there. But it's okay if I come over into this brown that I had from earlier and add a little bit of a shadow, right?
Yeah.
We can totally do that. We are fine. I can get into my yellow ochre and my cad yellow very easily. Just continuing to paint that little coat is a wonderful thing. And if I get into my orange, coming over into my orange a little bit. So that's like the snow is reflecting back up. And I'm going to come here and with a little bit of the orange color at the front of that jacket. And that will definitely help that idea that there's glow coming back up on our girl. There we go. Got some glow. I'm grabbing a little zinc white, and I've got my jacket color into my blue again. Smidge of turquoise. This is going to be wild. Smidgier. There we go. So turquoise has an interesting place in art because it's just very vibrant. And so sometimes we can do some really fun color and neutral color using turquoise as a way to have a bright shadow highlight. It's so weird, but it's just the best. Add it there. I'm right there. Now I've got the jacket color on my brush. Just kind of, just barely wish it out. Barely. Right there on the side of the head because we love that. Make sure I got a couple places there because it's there. Right? It's looking really good. And get into my brown and yellow ochre. And so now we have a jacket that is definitely in the color frame that we wanted. I'm adding a little bit of brown there so it... Whew, I'm so happy. A little bit of black and brown, and you see I just don't rinse my brush. You know, if you'd have asked me 10 years ago if this was a painting you could even teach on YouTube, I just said, oh no, everything needs to be short, short, short. But now everybody doing long form. Have you noticed, John?
I do. I think that what we're working
Even
on.
DeFranco.
I tell you what, we're working on for our next part of the long form. I think is also going to lead the pack. I got some things I've been working on, and I'll share them with you a little after the show.
Look,
here.
and we've had
But,
a lot of
yeah,
failures. We've had some.
Yeah.
We've had some copyright trolls. There's some people that have come after the kids' content.
Yeah.
And there's some stuff that's going on. So we're gonna get it out. We've worked it out. We're tough competitors, and gets any weirder, you know, maybe we'll just open it. I don't know. Like, I get stubborn. If you like push so that I don't do something, I'm more likely to do something. So they can keep going, but I'm gonna be there making kids content. That's why we've had to put it back up, and it got taken down, put it back up there. And by the way, it hasn't violated anyone's copyright. Use anyone's copyright for it. It is just trolls trying to make sure I can't make kids content.
Mm-hmm.
Which is weird, but what are you going to do? I'm going to bring this right here and darken that part of the jacket. So good. I'm just going to darken it. And then I'm going to come right here into my black. And then I'm also going to kind of darken that part and come up. Add a little shadow right there. See how I'm going right into the black? But it's not black paint I'm putting on because my brush is dirty and I'm not loading a lot. When you're new to painting, even when you're ready to do more complex painting, sometimes even knowing how much paint to load on the brush can feel mysterious. A little black, a little brown, and have not rinsed. Do I have one that I can I hear you furiously typing. Are we working out how to get me the button to make me disappear so I can turn off the stream?
Not really.
Okay, because I know how to turn off the stream.
Oh, I know you do.
Oh, okay.
Not worried about that part.
Okay, good.
Mostly right now, I am just kind of looking around here. We got a few minutes to figure some things out. When you work that out, I was actually just kind of chatting to different people here.
Oh, good. I'm kind of coming in here and making sure that that center of the head has just a little dark, like, little bit there. Just got to work out that parka. And come back into my beige. Little turquoise. And come back into my kind of darker jacket color. I'm adding shadows into that. I want to really find those creases, and I want to look for that depth.
Yeah.
I'm getting back into my taupey taupe. Right there. Sometimes it's nice to put a little highlight, kind of implies a cuff, doesn't it? Get a little more of my jacket color going here. This is yellow ochre and cad yellow, burnt sienna, and bars black anymore. And grab a little bit of my zinc here. A little more yellow. Gotta kind of neutralize that. Look at that. It's just glowing and shaping. I cannot believe that we have 147 people still hanging in on a live. This is a long one, and you guys are here, and I so appreciate that. And we haven't done this before. We've done little kids, but we've kind of tried to keep them maybe not as much in face. And we've done a few. There's another really good one. It's a little girl in a lavender dress holding a lantern. And for like an hour of the video, she looks like a ghost. It's really cool. Because we did her in some transparency so she could be ephemeral. And it was quite extraordinary. Get a little bit of this here and maybe some orange and zinc. It's kind of highlighting that area around the zipper so that, and I'll just blend that back. Oh, that's too much blend. Mittens! Give her mittens maybe a little more yellow ochre. Cad yellow. And a smidge of red. So now that those are painted more solid, I'm going to take this color and I think I'm going to work it into my black. Kind of a shading of it. And I'm going to shade the hand. I may have to repaint it because it looks like it got a little out of shape. But I'm going to shade this mitten a little bit closed, I think. Let me get around here. A little bit more dark color. Are you finding the wrestling bags and everything in them? Okay, because I did pre-pack the bags this morning. I just didn't get a sandwiches made. Did you get the frozen grapes in? Okay, thank you. All right. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your friendly help. I've got friendly friends. I got lots of friendly friends. You don't have to say anything, but I just want you to know I'm very glad to see you. Oh, okay. I'm going to continue. Why am I off? Oh, yeah. That's okay. I appreciate it, though. I'm going to continue into my mitten color, and I'm going to add a little bit of a highlight. Yeah, funny how I went up into the jacket, but sometimes you just start going places, and then you're like, I guess that's where I'm going now. A little bit right there. Got into my dark color, black, to sort of shade my little mittens on the back side. Back into it with some light color, adding white to it. When you get into more advanced paintings, but you're still following tutorials, one of the things that you will notice that you do a lot less than when you were doing a one hoop painting is wash the brush. And then we'll come over to my snow, my ultramarine, and my burnt sienna. I have to clean up around my mitten because it got a little... I love how we have the disproportionately large jacket child. It's so true. I'm going to add a little more white to my mitten color, and I'm still in my number 2, Raphael. Sometimes I wipe out just to lower the load, and I come in maybe a little bit there, and grabbed a little blue. Went back into my yellow and orange. I am getting pretty happy with this. And that is wonderful. Add a little black to my mitten color, and that just shades it back. Don't worry, guys. We're going to get all the way there. How's everybody doing? Right. Z got to get up at 6 a.m. this morning for 8 a.m. appointment. MRI. Yeah, I get that. Focus is really bad on my computer, says Carol Holmes. I'm sorry. I'm incredibly sorry. All right, let's continue to find our highlights. I think I'm ready for a new step, but I don't need to dry. All right, you push 1 again. Is what he said. The master. Adding more white paint. Oh, he's so good. Now I'm going to come here on this outside edge here of my jacket color. Just make sure that I've got, remember the haloing that we talked about. A highlight, but not as highlighted, just so that this little crease can be good. Not great. Just coming along the edges of these things, just making sure that those bright little moments can be found. I love you so much. Have a great day. You guys are back from when? Okay, I'll make sure I have dinner ready. All right, I love you. Huh? Added a... Oh, we did 16. 2 is 17. Yeah, we tested it already. I add a little more yellow, and I'm just making sure the front of my jacket feels both white, light, and also, love you! A little bit like it's got some light reflecting back from the snow. Super fun. Now I'm going to come down into the pants. Pants similar to our other pants over here. I'm going to take a little phthalo blue an ultramarine blue over here. I don't mind that there's kind of already some gray mixed. I'm going to add a little brown to it, and let's start to think about this denim. I can always go into a little black if I need it. Grab a little white. A little more white. Sometimes I have to sort of come over to the side, guys, just to see what I got going on. A little more light. Isn't that wild? Just so cool. A little more dark blue. And then if I get a lot more brown involved, bring a little kind of mid leg here. You can see I'm pushing them around and I'm looking for wrinkles in the clothing. And got my little denim color here. And if I get into my zinc, let's grab a little orange, interestingly enough. Kind of dry brushing that on. All right, and got a little zinc and let the colors be sort of, it's interesting. Sometimes I really like to let the colors be dirty on the brush. I feel like it really creates some tremendously lovely playfulness. I think also I need to move my hoodie forward just a bit. So I'm going to go back into my hoodie color. Hoodie. All right. Burnt sienna in that. A little yellow and yellow ochre. And I realize we just need much less girl, showing on there. I'm going to come back into my blue and brown. Little adjustments can really help a lot. Come in and add a little more white on here. There we go. Just a little brighter. Back into the pans now that they've had a second to sort of think about it and dry. I'm going to go more into my blue and grab some zinc white. There we go. Now, on the shoes, I'm going to come back into my Cad red. Little Cad yellow. I need a little more yellow. I don't want to do a lot of work there, and the reason is I've got to put a lot of snow over it. A little bit of boot coming forward. You know how those boots are. Oh my goodness. Now, let us give a step. I'm going to dry everything with the hairdryer. When we come back, we're going to start adding some little details. This is super pretty. All right. So there's this wonderful action, like the kids have come to jump or pounce or do a thing, and snow is in motion, and you can see motion around this jump action that has just completed. So we want to finish that out. I am going to take my D brush. I think my small one, my number 0D, and I'm going to see if I like that for putting down the little chunky chunks of snow. Now my basic snow is going to be a little ultramarine blue. And burnt sienna. And then there's a, don't laugh, a yellow snow that we will have to be aware of. So I'm just making up a bunch of this color over here. I'm just not having to work for it. You can see I made up a bunch of that blue-gray, our burnt sienna and our ultramarine blue and white. Now I'm going to take a little of my yellow over here. A smidge of red. And a lot of white. And that will be the beginning of other snows that I lighten to the point you can barely see the yellow in it, but the reason it's there is so it registers as in sunlight versus white, but somehow still in shade. All right, so let's begin first with our shaded snow. And I'm trying to thoroughly mix up a fairly light value of the gray. You can see it's really well incorporated. I'll wipe off my brush to make sure. And I'm going to be loading this on the edge. And I don't want to take out too much back here, but I will at the front. And it starts to get very motiony and active. Now this one has a lot more on it, which is why I didn't want to put too much detail. You can see some snow is kind of in action there. And again, this is like a cool snow with some shading, and that's also helpful in the area that they're standing in, because you'll notice that they're casting these beautiful drop shadows. I might get a slightly darker drop shadow, and just gonna help out. I wanted to improve its shape. And you can kind of see it's a little bit like the arm out here. See. A little bit of playfulness. Just light little scrapey motions is what I like to do, and I'm going to come in and get just like this light beigey color again. Who in the snow? We're in the snow. We're playing in the snow. We're having a great time. That's a little bigger than I wanted. So if I make one a little bigger than I want, and I've already got a big one there, what I may do is come back with a damp brush and kind of remove it. Forgot to change my water. Oh, you guys changed your water. I forgot to change my water. Now over here, I'm going to take a little bit more white into that color that I made from before. And we're going to make sure our brush is well loaded. I'm highlighting the snow very carefully between his legs because they would. Yeah, a little yellow orange like we had from earlier, and you can be like, now I do like that about this, where I can come back with a little bit of the glow, throw some of it back in. Back into the cool snow. And you can see how that creates a shadow under, even though we have some highlights. I'm just trying to, it's big, but I'm going to add a little energy there, and that's going to let you see the motion. push up. That's fun. Kind of improving that shadow a bit. As you do. I think we're getting there. I do. I think we're getting there. And then come down here and I'm just adding a little white there just to improve that highlight. Let's take a look at these guys. I feel like for freehanding no traceable, we nailed it. I do. I think we just found a slightly different second in the scene. And that's the kind of variance you want when you do iterations and you're iterating is you want to, let's add some shadow here. There we go. Perfect. Is you want it to feel like you know, you've got variance in the scene, right? So if you paint it and then you paint it again and you study it and you paint it again, there should be little differences between everything. Do I have Christmas sledding paintings? I am considering doing it. They might not be Christmas themed. They're probably just going to be winter themed. I expect to get them in action like December, January, but not specifically tied to winter. I just have a lot of landscapes that I'm working on that are winter based. Yeah, I feel like making sure that our snow is snowy. All right, my brain is cycled out. Now, that doesn't mean that I couldn't come back to this and drop another 10 hours on it, and then I couldn't come back and drop another 10 hours. You know, I think one of the things is when you sit down, you know, anywhere and you're just sitting and watching TV, you can go for hours and hours and hours doodling, right? And then you sit at your easel, and it's like a completely different experience. So it's important to know that I'm going to sign because we have to have a beginning and an end to a video. You don't have to sign till you're ready. And you should expect this to take you a minute because it's figures. You'll have feelings about it. There's a lot to think and work through. And so give yourself the space for that. What's the goal? Doing all the steps, learning the techniques. Find 2 things that you think you did really well in your painting, right? Find a couple of things that you feel like you did really well in your painting. And then really focus on that so you can keep duplicating those. That way you keep the skills. If you can identify where you were right, where you nailed it, where everything was good, then you can repeat it and you can repeat it and you can repeat it. So that's why I want you to look for that more than a mistake. I don't need you repeating mistakes. I want you to find the successes and build on them. So that's what you're looking for. Is this a better painting than you might have done on your own, unguided? And you're like, yeah, then you know you're on the right thing. Keep doing it. You will get better. Today's painting is not a painting you're going to do from 20 years from now. I can tell you the paintings I did 20 years ago do not look like this. And that is awesome. So that's my message to you is the growth never stops. You never stop getting better. It never stops being fun. Think that I nailed it. Has anyone seen the Amazon commercial with 3 senior ladies taking winter walk to sit on a bench watching kids on a sill sliding? They all receive seat cushions and they go sliding with? I have not, Dee, but now I'm going to go look that up like right away. Okay, let's get a detail brush and we're going to sign. I think I'm going to sign in blue. I really just want everything to be about the kids playing. this kind of energy of this and the spirit of that. And I just really, really love it. I'm going to use a color that I used through the painting, and I will sign my name legibly, but not in a way that... So sometimes artists come from the perspective of their name here is more than the painting. That they did it. I get it. Like, if it's Picasso, $75 million for signature, kind of understand. But like me, I did a lot of work here. I don't want it to be about this. I just don't have that kind of ego in it. And I never have. Just never been my way. But I'm okay with that. And that just looks lovely. And now we're still focused on the children. Guys, you did amazing. I'm so proud of you. I will try to get a short up of this as soon as John has it done. So it's really John's going to try to get a short up. Thank you for understanding about the wrestling. And remember, Christmas Day, Ginger Cook Live and the Art Sherpa, we're going to be doing some type of event as a gift to our community for people who are maybe not able to get home, or people who just need a little break from home, or just anyone who needs to come in and go. We're not entirely sure of the details. I will send it out in a newsletter. My mom will send it out. I will post it on the Facebook page, the Art Sherpa official Facebook page group community tab. So I won't try to hide it from you. And it'll be just something fun and nice to do. Saturday's painting is the Horse and Snow. I'm super excited about it. It's going to be a little bit like in this, but hey, we warmed up. We know what we're into. And then the next painting is just a very easy watercolor koala, and I'll try to put another couple easy ones up going as we go. Guys, you're doing really good. Figures are hard. Snow is hard. Faces are hard. So we did all the hard things. If you thought this was fun and you're just not ready for the party to be over, my mom, Ginger Cook Live, owes 45 paintings to patrons. 45. Big ones. Because I guess they get bigger and bigger and bigger. And is doing them live and just telling family stories. So if that sounds fun to you and you want to keep hanging out with the community, I'm sure that if it's not already going on, that will be going on imminently. And I just love you guys. I really appreciate you. I want you to be good to yourselves and be good to each other. That's the key, isn't it? Good to each other. And I definitely want to see you at Unusual really soon.